Hello, everyone. Welcome to the International Computer Club, a fellowship which will reach across borders and oceans and allow folks from all around the globe to share their passion and joy for classic computers, consoles, and retro gaming. Hello, everyone. We are live. I'm Amigo Aaron. Tonight is my duty and privilege to usher forth the third meeting of the International Computer Club. We have an interesting event this evening. We've got a packed house tonight. And as is tradition, before we get into the festivities, I want to go around the horn here and give a hi to everyone. Let them tell you who they are and where they are and what they do. We will start to the upper left-hand corner of the screen. You know him, you love him. He's the main man of 10 Mark's 10-minute Amiga Retrocast. Give it up for Doug. What's going on, Doug?
Hey there, everyone. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm Doug from 10-minute Amiga Retrocast. Many of you know me from my mostly weekly 10-minute YouTube channel. Never a minute over 10 minutes. Yeah, right. Been going on 2.5 years doing this now, and absolutely love it. Love the community. Also a huge Commodore 64 and Commodore fan and retro fan in general. So hello, everybody.
Very good, very good. Now, next to me, our good buddy, tech extraordinaire from the Great White North, Jason Lurker Warnes. What's going on, Jason?
Hey, everybody. Hi, my name is Jason Warnes. Yeah, I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Yep, up in the Great White North. So yeah, I wasn't able to join on the last show, so I'm glad I was able to make it for this one.
Very good. We're glad to have you, Jason. Now, from an undisclosed location, deep in the heart of nowhere, in his own personal man cave, give it up for Edwin Helen. What's going on, Edwin?
Nothing much. I'm just chilling here in my man cave, which is actually situated in Norway on an island, tiny little island called Stord, which was once the king seats of the Viking kings.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But that's a long time ago. So.
Man, that beats where I'm from. I can tell you that. This is a long seat, have nothing. We got nothing going on here. Now, we do have one thing. My good buddy, my partner in crime, if you will. Let's give it up for John, Boat of Car, Schaller.
Hey, guys. I'm glad to be here.
Very good.
See, I'm supporting my favorite computer of all time this evening. So, but I'm ready to heap praise on whatever anybody's talking about. So I'm ready to go.
Very good, very good. Now, next to him, the Thunder from Down Under, our good buddy. He's been one of our close personal pals for a long time. Hell of a drummer. Give it up for Graham W. Woebcke. What's going on, Graham?
Hi, everyone. Sydney, Australia. Yeah, been busy with work. We're one of the few places, I guess, that's open. Everyone else seems to be locked up still, unfortunately. But yeah, life's returning to almost normal down here in Australia. So that's what I've been doing.
Very good. Hey, at least the rain stopped, my friend.
Yeah.
We didn't get flooded. Stuff. Yes.
We were one of the lucky ones that didn't get flooded, but there were some places that had 13 meters or 40-something feet of water. So,
holy smokes.
Yeah,
bad times. I saw some
should
TV
send that to the Suez Canal, I think.
Yeah,
at this
no
point.
kidding.
Use it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Speaking of the devil here he is, the lead, the Pope of the Tandy TRC color computer, the main man, the main attraction. Give it up for L. Curtis Boyle. What's going on, Curtis?
Hail.
Yes.
Hello, Curtis Boyle on CoCo Talk, obviously. I'm also one of the original developers and current developers of Nitrous 9. I'm from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada, so shout out to my fellow Canuck.
There you
Jason
go.
as well.
Beautiful, man. Now, a man who needs no introduction, a brilliant streamer, magazine entrepreneur, and one hell of a good singer. Give it up for PixelsatDawn. What's up, Pix?
Good evening, everyone. PixelsatDawn, or Ian to friends and enemies alike. Yes, magazines, AGSC chair, whatever you want to give me, I'll do. Also, last night, pouring Fanta over my Amiga. Whoops.
Oh.
But we'll talk about that later.
Holy smokes. Wow. Quite a misstep. So now, this man, let's go down the list. Published author, pioneering podcaster, a technical genius, wizard with wire. Give it up.
Now,
for-
Aaron, you've already introduced me. You don't need to let me go again.
Holy smokes. Give it up for the guy that's going to pound the boat into a powder at Boat Fest, Rob Flack O'Hara. What's up, Flack?
I left out my svelte looks. I'm coming to you live from Central Oklahoma here in the U.S. I am the host of a couple of podcasts, Sprite Castle, the Commodore 64 podcast, and You Don't Know Flack, and all around streaming, computering, playing, fun. Svelte. I don't know about Master of Wires. I don't know about that.
That was the best I could do, Flack. What do you want?
I'll take it. And Master of Wires, Rob Flack O'Hara.
There you go, Master of Wires. Now, next to him, our good buddy, speaking of entrepreneurs, a man whose love of computers has made him give birth to his own computer shop, his own hardware shop. Give it up for our good buddy, Frank from Retro Rewind. What's up, Frank?
Hey guys, Franklin Harris. I'm also from the Great White North, from the center of Canada, better known as the city of Toronto. Owner of and purveyor of fine Commodore 8-bit and 16-bit products. Like Aaron said, I'm a bit of a masochist and decided to start my own retro computer business, and I'm kind of stuck with it now.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
There you go. Thanks for coming. With that kind of go-getting attitude, you'll go far in his business, pal. Now, next to him, our good buddy. I think have you missed any of these mitts? You've been to all of these shows, I think, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. I think where are you at? You're over in the UK, deep in the heart of the UK, aren't you, my friend?
Yeah, I'm from, I'm in Manchester, UK. Yeah,
there it is.
I think I missed the first one, but I was on the second one.
Close enough. Give it up for Mitsuyama. What's going on over there, Mitz?
Just getting on with life as best we can in the middle of lockdown. Hopefully, the jabs are being rolled out. We're easing out of lockdown in the next few weeks, so hopefully we'll try and get back to normal. Fingers crossed, you know.
Yeah, boy, I can't wait. Personally, I'm sure. Listen, it's no surprise, right? From Arizona. What can be said about this man? Just look behind him. It's crazy time. It's crazy time all the time with our good buddy, 3D printer extraordinaire, and all-around tech genius in his own right. Give it up for David. What's going on, Dave?
Not much. How you guys doing? Love all stuff Commodore, but I also like all kinds of retro. I do Twitch stream as the Wide World of Retro. Have some name issues, so I got like 3 or 4 names going on, but that's the current one I'm using. Love the 3D print. Got all kinds of stuff I'm printing. Occasionally you'll see Otis and Floyd join us. Got some animals going on here, but thanks for having me, guys. Look forward to all the stuff we're going to talk about.
What's the bird's name, Dave?
The bird is Hotshot. He is locked up, but he's been breaking out. If he breaks out, he might make an appearance, but he is locked up.
Outstanding. Now, here's a man. I'm so happy to see him pop in. It's our good buddy, Atari Master. I never miss a stream when he's cranking it up. And here recently, he's been going over the, 10 lines of basic contest. It's our good buddy, 48K Ram. What's up, dude?
Hey, Aaron. Thanks for having me on. This is a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm Josh, go by 48K Ram. I stream on Twitch, mostly Atari stuff. But yeah, the 10-line basic games. We looked at a bunch of those last week, but I grew up on Atari 400 and been branching out. I got some of my international computers out today to play with them, so thanks for having me on.
Very good. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Now, here's a pleasant treat. Man, I didn't expect to show up, but I'm darn happy you did. This man needs no introduction. Luminary, King Dong of all Amiga, Here he is. Give it up for Amiga Bill. What's going on, Bill? You're muted, Bill.
Yeah, I'm unmuted now. There we go. Yeah, I'm not used to the Zoom thing. I don't know. What's up, guys? Thanks for having me on. It was, I didn't realize you guys were doing this. This is so cool. International, the international user groups. That's so cool. International Computer Club, excuse me. I was doing my own stream. Usually I stream on Twitch on Sundays, but I was doing one on Saturday today because I'm traveling for work right now and I have to work tomorrow. So I rescheduled and I did it today. And I'm streaming from my friend's office. My hotel wasn't good enough for the internet, so I was able to, a good Samaritan let me use his office. But so yeah, it was kind of a surprise. I just finished my stream. I rated you guys. I want to check this out. Unfortunately, I can't stay long. I would love to stay longer, but I've got a bit of a time schedule out here. Yeah, if you don't know who I am, I guess it says Bill Winters on the thing. That's funny, but that's my real name. That's what I'm doing out here, doing my real job. But I'm also known as Amiga Bill, and I started the Westchester Amiga user group with my buddy Anthony back in 88. We still meet to this day. We never stopped meeting, even through the dark ages. We're down to like 4 people, and during the dark ages, and now we've got quite a few members. We've got like 35, 40 active members that meet every month. Now we do it online, very much like this. Of course, we still met in person before the pandemic. I stream on Twitch every Sunday, and I got a YouTube channel called The Guru Meditation, and I love Amiga very much, and I love the Amiga community even more.
Now, Bill, are you allowed to tell us what TV show you're shooting right now, or is that confidential?
I'm not allowed to say a peep.
Don't try to hose him, Boat. Come on, give the man a break. Hey,
but there's some really exciting stuff coming up. Unfortunately, this one you're not going to see until the fall. And I'm working on a couple right now that are really cool. But I can say what I've worked on in the past, just not this one right now. Especially people kind of know.
Give us the highlights. What have you worked on in the past, Bill?
So 2 things that came out recently. I did Hamilton, which is on Disney Plus. It's a Broadway show. I did Jeffrey Epstein, Filthy Rich for Netflix. It's a documentary, 4-part documentary series about Jeffrey Epstein, the disgraced financier. I did first season of a show called Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee with Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh yeah.
Other stuff on Netflix, Justin Timberlake and the Tennessee Kids, and a bunch of stuff. So I'm a cinematographer. I the camera guy. Do the cameras and the lights. And Amiga got me into it. Amiga got me into it as the first home computer for artists,
Bill's kind of a big deal, everybody. Good job, Bill. Hey,
I'm not.
I do want to say that I try to catch Bill's stream every time I get, because it's like a party online. He's got a ton of people in there going bananas. Bill always gets the interesting folks, and Bill, as soon as this unpleasantness rises from us, this disease, I know me and the Boat are planning a road trip up your way, because by God, I want to attend one of your meetings. It's one of the few things that actually started in existence before I was out of high school. So that right there makes me want to come around, because it's older than me. That's how I judge things. It's before and after high school, and anything before it I'm into, man. So there you go. Thanks for coming around, Bill.
Hey, my pleasure. You guys are amazing. I love the Amigos. And I say you guys started like around the time Anthony and I started Guru Meditation, and we've been huge fans ever since. And I really appreciate everything you guys do for the Amiga community. You're really 2 really good guys, and we love you a lot.
Well, thank you, Bill. We love you guys too. We appreciate that, my friend. Last on the docket, last but not least, a newcomer, and I'm glad Thomas came in here tonight, because he is the perfect example of someone who is. This is what this is all about. It's a fellow who is just dipping his toe in the pool of the retro gaming community. It's our new pal, Thomas. What's going on, Thomas? You wanna chime in with a few words? Maybe not. Well, that's all right. Oh, here you come. Say something, Tom.
Hey, I'm glad to be part of this. And back in the day, I did use some Atari computers, so I'm glad to see we have some representation down there with 48K RAM. But yeah, like you say, I'm just dipping my toes into the Amiga and liking what I see so far.
Very good. Hey, we're happy to have you. That's what it's all about, man, because one thing we want to do is introduce new people or people that are coming back after a long hiatus. And I don't know how much you've watched me in the Boat, but we love Atari and Amiga and the C64. We like all that stuff.
There's
In fact,
not a whole lot we don't love.
no, really, you'll find this isn't like the playground back in the day. Most people are into a lot of different machines because each machine has something different to offer, man, and that's what makes the world go around. It makes it a lot of fun, and it gives you a lot of time to go and explore different things. Like I just had my first experience with the MSX. It was a lot of fun. You never know what you're going to find. It makes it interesting and a lot of fun. So we don't have any partisanship here. We love them all. So with all that out of the way, we are going to go directly into our presentations here. And we're going to let PixelsatDawn kick it off this time around. Pix, what do you have for us?
Okay, so hello everyone. I don't have a lot of sort of retro gear. So I was thinking, what can I present? And what I do have a lot of is retro books. So I'd like to welcome you to the very first Retro Book Club.
Yeah.
Which is backwards on my screen, but it might be forwards on your screen. I don't know.
Yeah, man.
I like to think that you thought I've prepared that especially for this, but it's actually something I was planning to do years ago on
you
my
don't
channel.
tell everyone,
I never did. So I pulled that out of the archives, just especially for ICC. So I've also set up my virtual webcam. So in theory, there we go. Right. So I have books for you. So hang on, let's grab one in here. So first up, upside down, is Sinclair ZX Spectrum, a visual compendium. Now, this is there's a lot of sort of retro coffee table books going around these days, and this is a good example of them. This is you see on the back, this is a bitmap books production. And it's basically a nice, how many pages has it actually got in it? 304 page
Quite thick.
tome. Yeah, it's a pretty thick, there we go, pretty thick document to be sure. But it's got a lot of stuff in it. It's one of these ones which goes full on.
A tick attack in there, Aaron. See
yeah, a tick attack. That's right. Goes all out with the big screenshots, the big lovely sort of luxurious screenshots. You got a bit of a TLL
there. Yeah.
Yeah. Bit of Daley Thompson's there, but it's a lovely tone.
And you said this was a Bitmap Books production, right?
Bitmap Books, yeah.
Yeah, I have some of their other books. They're wonderful. They're great.
It has in it, so it has some interviews in it with various devs and luminaries from the Spectrum scene back in the day. You've also got some of the nicer art. That's some art from Cybernoid and from Beyond the Ice Palace there. Yeah, it's a really nice book. I have to admit, I buy a lot of these books and I flick through them, and I never get to spend a lot of time with them. But but we'll come back to this art in a bit, actually. In fact, no, let's come back to it now. So let me grab book number 2, which is from Fusion Retro Books. This is The Fantasy Art of Oliver Frey. So if you don't know Oliver Frey, he's an artist who did a lot of book art, but more well known for the cover art for Crash magazine back in the 1980s. So every issue of Crash magazine had an Oliver Frey original on the front cover.
Oh, so he was under contract from Crash to do a painting for every issue.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think some of them are in here. But let's see what I can dig out. So that's I forgot what that one was actually. I do remember that one.
That's a game I want to play right there. Santa Claus Brahms a freak. That sounds
right,
great.
Yeah. So you've got a nice picture of Oliver Frey in the front cover there.
Mm-hmm.
This is a hardback book, which is nice. This is written by a chap called Roger M. Keane. He also did another book that I own, or he collaborated on, called Commodore Amiga in Pixels, which you might have heard of.
Yeah.
So he's obviously a retro writer, sort of supreme.
So what kind of it's a little bit for people that can't see that text is it basically just describing what was in each issue, or what is the text describing there?
It varies, depends. So this is a from Zap64, the Commodore 64 magazine, and that's describing a little bit of it's a bit of context for the time. So for example, it says the editorial team was mad for this new Hewson's Consultants game Paradroid, and its programmer Andrew Braybrook supplied detailed information as to how the final robot would look in time for me to knock at the cover. Now I realise that they're talking about this one here, because that's a robot rather than a weird speedboat thing. The weird speedboat thing is from a game called Powerdrome, which I've not heard of. So yeah, it sort of goes through. It presents all the art in a very sort of nice and high resolution way. There's a few Roman types and gladiatorial combat going on there. But it also gives you a bit of context for what's going on. So it's quite a nice one. This is a chap turning into a werewolf, as you do. But yeah, this one's a really nice book, and this is probably the best example I have of a coffee table book, because this is huge. This is basically A4. This is one of the cover images from Crash magazine that I remember. This is from when they released Lemmings on the Spectrum, which was surprising to all. I think it didn't work very well, but we did get this fantastic.
At least you had it,
though.
It's better to have some kind of a presence on the Spectrum.
Absolutely. So yeah, so that's the Oliver Frey book. It's quite nice. Covers all sorts of things, and we could go through page by page with this and look at all the different. So I think this is actually called Stanley in Africa, title page for a historical atlas of expeditions. So it's
probably could not print that today.
Well, I don't know. I think that's probably accurate to what he was painting it from, I'd imagine. But because that's from actual going out and people being on expeditions, I think. But
sure.
And then you've got obviously the more fantasy stuff. This looks like something from an actual book, although I think it's just art that he's done. So Snake Warrior #1 in acrylics, apparently, on hardboard. So yeah, so that's the Oliver Frey book. Very nice.
This guy specialized in cool guy art. That's kind of stuff that a teenage boy wants to look at, myself included, because I'm a teenage boy at heart. And those magazine covers, they all look awesome. And so you can clearly, this is the right man for the job, because he's doing it cool guy style. That's the way we like it.
And I think he's doing some of the artwork for some, Fusion Retro Books are doing some remakes of magazines, like Zap64. I think he's doing some of the art for that as well. They've got him back in. So quite cool.
So he's kind of like a modern day Frank Frazetta type thing.
Yeah, kind of, that kind of thing.
I love Frank, by the way. He's awesome.
Okay, my third and final book for today is a special book for me, and it's got a bit of meaning behind it, and I'll tell you why. So this is a book called BBC Computer Magic, your first programming book. Now,
look at that. Is that on the left there? That's a girl, right?
It is, yes.
And look at that collar. That's a 6-inch collar. I respect that.
It's fairly impressive.
She's stealing your gimmick, Bode.
Yeah. I love it.
So when I was in school, we had I think they were kind of 486 PCs basically, but they had a package on it which was basically BBC Micro Basic, just called BBC Basic. And a lot of my learning in terms of programming came from lunchtime sat coding away in BBC Micro Basic. And this is a book that I borrowed from my local library when I was in my teens. And I enjoyed it so much that when they eventually came to the time, it's like, no one wants to actually borrow this book anymore. So I bought it for 30p, as you can see inside the front cover here. So yeah, I used to rent this from the library, and then I became the owner of it. And it's a bit battered. It's a bit kind of it's got a bit of character to it,
That's
as you
great.
can see. But it's basically just a beginner's guide to coding. So if I just open it up a bit.
30p, 30 pounds? That seems
No,
expensive.
No, no.
30 pence, yes. So yeah, it's got a little guide of how to set up your BBC Micro and how to get started. And then you've got things like printing stuff on the screen, all the basics, line numbers and go-to commands, all that kind of stuff. And let's see if I can find one of the bits that I used quite a lot in here. Where is it? You've got a few screenshots of programs running as well. So one of the key things in BBC Micro Basic was a command called VDU. There we go. So VDU command was basically allowed you to make a small sprite based on a set of base 2 numbers. So you can see just across here, you can see this VDU command, and it's basically, if I can remember rightly, well, I'll show you if you look on this chart here, you can see above each column there's a set of numbers in terms of base 2, and you basically did some elaborate, well, not very elaborate maths, and then you could put it into the VDU command, and you get a little sprite out of it at the end, which I only know of the BBC doing that. It's quite an interesting way of doing it. It meant you could get some quite nice looking things in basic programs rather than having to use just blocks and patches of color, which a lot of basic stuff had to do. And I opened this up yesterday, just to get ready for the show, and I found there's some notes I've left in here from who knows when. This is probably a good 20 years old in itself. Just me making notes on writing a bit of basic. I have no idea what it does these days.
That's for the follow-up show.
Yes, it's even got some sort of homework on the back, I think. As well.
I hope you turned that in.
There you go. There's a VDU command being used as well by myself. What's this? Oh, here we go. There's a bit of French homework on the back.
Oh man, you should have turned that in, dude.
Cecile Douze Ans. I think this is actually planning out like an oral exercise. Se disputer, to argue, or se chamailler, to squabble. But yeah, so it's just nice. It's always nice to find bits of, oh, that's a part of my past from 20 years ago or whatever, or more than that now, probably 30 years ago. But yeah, so there you go. So that's 3 books. You've got BBC Computer Magic, you've got Fantasy Art of Oliver Frey, and you've got, it's up there we go. Fantasy Art of Oliver Frey, and you've got Sinclair Spectrum, A Visual Compendium. So you've got, top one is from Bitmap Books, so that's bitmapbooks.co.uk. And then the second one is from fusionretrobooks.co.uk, and the bottom one is from, and I'm going to look, who actually published this back in the day. In fact, I think that page is missing from the book. So who knows? Somebody probably in the 80s published that. So there you go. That is my little retro book club presentation. There's a little logo coming up again.
If I may make a comment, I find it kind of cool that you also got bored during French class and actually just wrote programs and were supposed to be listening to a teacher, because that's exactly what I did.
Yes, definitely. I definitely did that. But there you go. So I'm hoping to do a bit more of that in the future, because I have many retro books that we can I can show you a bit of. Any questions?
What did you guys? This is sort of a general question about my ignorance about the UK. In the US, we had a little thing I like to call the book fair back in the day.
Yeah.
Okay. And what the book fair was is that before you'd have, basically you'd get this catalog. Okay. It was like a 4 or 5 page. It was like a booklet, and it would have books that you could order. and what you'd fill it out, and then the books would be delivered to you. Sometimes you'd actually go to the book fair in the library, and they'd have these things laid out, and there would always be books about video games, books about video game systems, or even novelizations based on video games. Is there a similar analog in the UK? Did you guys have a book fair sort of thing?
Book fairs did exist. I wasn't party to them too much, but I know that they did have book fairs in schools sometimes. I mean, for us, because I mean, less so these days, but certainly back in the 80s and 90s, we had quite a strong public library system in the UK. So a lot of getting books and getting access to books was via the libraries, and then also via school libraries as well. So it had its own school library where you could go and borrow books from. But obviously, it wasn't as full, or or you didn't have as much access to books as the obviously the public library system. But in terms of book fairs, no, I don't. I think they did exist, but I don't think
it was always. And Aaron, you can back me up, man. This was like a school-wide thing where it's like you would be sitting in your elementary school classroom, and your teacher would pass out these Scholastic, and it was always sponsored by Scholastic, which is a huge publisher in the United States. Everybody in the U.S. knows what I'm talking about, right?
Well, they were working an angle, Booth.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
They were trying to they were raising money. Have you looked at these things recently? I had a kid in 5th grade. They put the boots to you on these things, man. It's like one small book, like $50. They're not screwing around, man. They're trying to get that sweet wad. And so they're not kind. I think Pixels was very forward thinking when he bought that computer book back in the day. Little did anyone else know that those things are going to be worth their weight in gold, because you can't get those anymore, and especially since it's got meaning to them. So I wouldn't want to try that bit now. I think those days are over. But yeah, we did have the Scholastic thing. I've never liked this boat. They always take me to school, and it's because my kid wants every book he sees. So there you go.
You got a smart kid. That's all.
Well, you got that right. He's my kid. Come on, man. So
I thought Pixels had the right idea. I also have a few library books that I checked out when I was a kid, and I have today, except for my library never sold them. So I'll let you figure that part
out. Very good, Flack.
Your off-site storage for your library is what you're telling us.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I may have a big late fee coming someday. Yes.
So very good.
Speaking of libraries and classic computers, our local library had what seemed like a full run of Compute magazine. I used to pore over those for hours, and I went back there about 10 years ago to discover they had all been purged.
I'm not surprised.
They just threw them out too. It's a shame, because somebody would have gladly taken those.
You must have been hard
here too.
You must have been hardcore, Tom, because Compute was never one of my favorites, and part of the reason was they started putting CoCo stuff in Compute every once in a while, but generally the computer I had, they didn't feature in Compute that much, so we got hosed. And otherwise, basically, much like today, I was all about games. So if they wasn't about games, I wasn't interested, man. But yeah, now I kind of wish I had a bunch of Computes, but what are you going to do, They come and go, man.
Yeah, back in the day, we had Byte and Creative Computing. That was the big ones at the high school. And I know for a fact within 10 years, they purged them all.
Yeah. People are saving more than they used to. I think the message is out now. So, but now who cares? Because the crap they're saving now, I don't want to see. So there you go. So, very good picks. I loved it, man. Another well done, sir. I love the art. I love it all. We're gonna move down the line here. Let's just skip down to our good buddy Frank. Frank, what do you got for us tonight, my friend?
Absolutely. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. I want to talk about two products that we are working on for the Amiga community that we haven't released yet. They're currently in beta testing. And I know this one specifically, Aaron has asked quite a few times about. So we are working on a physical Kickstart board for the Amiga 1000.
Bam.
As you all know, you got to end up with something like this in order to get your Amiga 1000 going. And that tends to be a pain. So this will slot in to the odd and even chip slots on on the 1000 and 27C 400 style EEPROM with 1.32 or 3.1. we can't get 3.1.4 to work properly on it. So as it currently stands, it'll end up at 3.1. So that we're hoping, it's currently in beta test. We've got about 6 people playing with it and testing it. We're hoping that sometime next month, we will have that up. And the other product, which I'm really excited about, and I just started to put this thing together, is something called an SD drive. And this is specifically for Amiga users. And what it essentially is it gives you a external SD card reader that you can read with your Amiga. So you plug it into the parallel port on the back. There's some software you run on your Amiga. There will be a SD card slot on it, and you can literally move files back and forth between your PC or your Linux box or whatever you're using and your Amiga. What else are we working on? We'll have Terrible Fire cards up real soon. As soon as I can get these suckers in the pick and place machine, we'll have various Terrible Fire accelerator cards, including, I think this is the CD32 one, which I know a few people have been asking. And for those that give the C16 line of computers in the +4 some love, we're working on a diagnostic cartridge system for them as well. So
that's great. And all the stuff in your store is made in-house, right? Right, Frank?
Everything is made in-house. Absolutely. Everything is made in-house here. We're actually looking at an outside facility. It's currently, everything's built in my basement, but things have gotten to the point where I need to start finding an actual physical location. We've got pick and place machines. We've got reflow ovens. And I've got a wife who's quite upset at me that I have completely taken over the entire basement. So it's time for us to find
the true boss,
an actual home, right? An actual home. So listen, if anyone's got any questions about any of the stuff I've talked about or any of the stuff on our site, please feel free. You know, we try our best. This started as an addiction and a way to pay for my retro computer addiction, and it's kind of snowballed out of control. And I'm very thankful for the community for supporting us.
Now just Frank, just to clear some stuff up, you're located in Canada, but you're shipping internationally, correct?
Everywhere. We'll ship anywhere.
Yeah,
beautiful. Well, sorry. We will ship anywhere that offers PayPal buyer and seller protection, both ways. I think there's like 4 countries in the world we don't ship to, but every other country we do. Yeah.
Very good.
So I thought Terrible Fire pulled down the Gerbers and everything. Are these like fully sanctioned?
So these are actual. So everything that we sell a lot of, like we sell Sven Peterson's multiple items. We sell his.
He's fantastic too. Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah. So all these creators, whether it's Sven or Bwak or Mateus, these are all licensed products that we build in house with their support. So either they receive a percentage of sales because they have done all the work, or we have paid licensing fees for it. There are certain products that we have designed and built in-house, like the Amiga 1000 board, but the Terrible Fire things, we have the okay to go ahead and start producing.
That's fantastic, man. That's really supporting the community. That's awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, these people create, they deserve to be recognized, and in some cases compensated. Absolutely.
I can't wait till your Amiga 1000 board's ready, and I'll tell you why. Because over the past, and Dave knows this, we've been working with the GoTech to try to get this thing to get me to Kickstart and past it. And so I've got a Kickstart USB drive that I've got to plug into this thing, and I feel like an idiot every time I do it. So I'm thinking to myself, man, I remember reading about ROMs you could put in the 1000, but where are they now? And lo and behold, you told me, you gave me the inside scoop on this. I was like, oh yeah, that's what we need, man. And Boat's the same way. But I can't wait to get that.
Boats works fine.
But listen, when you've got a chance.
Yeah, mine works fine. As much as I want to, put over Frank's thing, which I will probably end up with anyway.
Yeah,
because it's awesome. Mine does work. I don't know what's going on with you, Aaron. You obviously.
I think that's a keyboard share interface error.
Listen, take off. I know what I'm doing, you spudheads.
The 1D10T error.
Listen, this ROM gimmick, I'm all up in it. So I can't wait. So that's going to be awesome, dude. I can't wait for that.
So, I mean, we're on like the revision E currently, and the whole idea is that this actual device won't require any traces to be cut or anything else. It will literally be a drop-in. with only 3 actual solder connections that you need to make to the board. There's a lot of solutions out there that require cutting traces and moving traces or jumping traces using bodge wires, but we tried to minimize that, and that's why we've been working on it for a few months to resolve that, so people who
Yeah, we
aren't
don't let certain
comfortable,
we don't let certain people touch the iron.
yeah,
No
I
names
mean,
mentioned. No names mentioned.
we try to make sure that the customers get the best experience, and the last thing I want is someone complaining that they cut the wrong thing and damaged frankly a computer that's very hard to find in the 1000.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Frank. Doug, I want your input on this. Didn't you cover some kind of gimmick that you could put in the Kickstart ROM that lets you change those ROMs on the fly? I remember seeing that on your show a while back.
Yes.
Is that something you could put in that socket, Frank?
So actually, this one will have the ability, if you there's 4 little jumpers there that you can solder a switch to. If you wanted to use like a 27C800, like a 1 meg ROM chip, then you can actually switch between different Kickstarts.
I see. Very good.
Yeah, Aaron, you're talking about the Romulator.
That's right. That's right,
Amiga
Doug.
on the Lake sells and Kipper 2K made. I use one in my Amiga 2000. I can't imagine any particular reason why it wouldn't work with his solution.
Oh yeah, it should work. Absolutely.
Yeah, as long as we can grab a reset line someplace on the board, I think in theory it should work. And going
there's
back
a reset line right on this, so you can grab the reset line right from here.
Sweet. And going back to Amiga OS 3.1.4 Kickstarts, that I bet that's not an insurmountable problem, because I use Amiga 3.1.4 Kickstarts on my Amiga 1000 all the time. With my my Eric's Labs Classic 520 board, it flashes to it. With my Vampire, it flashes to it. So I think in theory, it's a problem that can probably be fixed. I wonder what the issue is.
So the issue is because you're actually using a physical ROM, like a physical EEPROM. Now, I've been in contact with the guys at Hyperion. We just became one of their resellers, and have been talking to them specifically about this issue. And we're hoping, because they do plan on releasing, they did release an upgrade to the actual operating system 9 months ago, a 0.1 release. And they do plan on rolling out an additional release to the actual Kickstart ROM, and we're hoping that we can get the fix in there so that won't be an issue, and you can actually just run 3.1.4 directly.
That would be wonderful.
Neat.
And Frank, that should work with one of the Amiga flash ROMs that you sell also, right? Like
absolutely. I mean, the Amiga flash ROM is nothing but an actual it's just an actual tiny EEPROM built into it. And I mean, there's no difference between this and a like a 27C400 or 800.
Man, that sounds great. I can't wait for that, man. I love it.
Good things are on the horizon.
Yeah, man. I love it, man. Good stuff. Good stuff, Frank. Any questions for Frank before we move along?
Do you have expected release dates for those 2 products?
So the 1000, we're hoping by the end of next month. It's currently in beta. Like I said, just 2 weeks ago, I upped the rev to Rev E to fix an issue. Problem is it's not a massive 1,000 user base out there that you can say, hey, you want to try a product that could conceivably fry your computer? So
I know about 6 of them on this show.
Yeah. So it's been an uphill battle, and we've had a lot of bugs to fix, but I think we're pretty close to it. There's one small change, which is more not necessarily cosmetic, but more to increase the user experience of being able to use this thing that I have to roll into the next design. So hopefully by the end of next month, they should be up on the store. And the SD drive, I mean, it works. I'm just waiting on components from the supplier that I need, a few transistors, and that should be 3 weeks, maybe 2 to 3 weeks. That should be up on the site.
Yeah, what about the terrible fire codes?
So if I can get the CPLDs in on time, and their problem is no North American distributor, whether it's DigiKey or Mauser or Newark, I have accounts with all of them. Nobody's got the Xilinx that is needed on it in stock. And we're looking at, I think it was 3 to 4 weeks of a backlog time before they actually get them in stock. And the second they do, I've got everything else. Second they do, they'll go in the pick and place machine and in the oven, and they'll be up on the store. I mean, they're tried, tested, and true. We don't really have to do anything with them.
Very good. Hey, while we're sitting here, I just noticed that Chris Edwards has snuck in. Chris, how's it going, my friend? It's good to see you.
Oh. Yeah, he's here somewhere.
Yeah, I think you're muted.
You're muted somewhere. He's not muted on Zoom.
He's muted, but his microphone is not working for some
reason.
I
see. Bummer, man. Well, that's all right, man.
Yeah. Now, just a quick reminder: if you are interested in any of Frank's wares, you can go to RetroRewind.ca, and if you use the promo code Amigos Rock, that is Amigos Rock, in checkout, you can save 10% off your order. Any order. Hey, Chris, you're back, man. We can hear you.
Hey.
I was yapping away, asking if we could get, if we're all going to get the beta of that, that nice ROM thing for our 1000s. Doug said we're getting them for free.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, how are you guys doing? Sorry, I'm on a different computer than my normal streaming machine. So
that's okay. Hey, thanks for coming in, man. Nice to see you.
Thank you for having me. Wonderful to see all you guys again. Haven't seen you since what was it, AmiWest?
Long back.
Chris, if you want to, if you've got a 1000 and you want to play with it, get in contact with me and I'll make sure that you can play with one too.
All right,
now,
wonderful.
Has an Amiga 1000. He'll have to tell you the story. Oh my
today. So yeah,
unless you're keeping it a secret, Chris.
I'm not keeping it a secret. I posted it on my Twitter account and Facebook already because I was so excited I couldn't resist. I got a Facebook Marketplace link to an Amiga 1000. That was for sale apparently for 4 years. I don't know how. It was $315. So I messaged the guy. He was close to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I live in Dallastown, which is about 4 hours away. So the guy says, yeah, it's for sale. I said, I'm on my way. Give me your address. He's like, well, wait, why don't you wait until tomorrow? I said, okay. And so I left at 6:45 a.m. this morning. I got to his house at 11 o'clock. And I got so excited. I texted Doug on the way home. I got $315. I got a working Amiga 1000. I think it has, we were talking about, it has a 1 meg expansion and 256 in the front. So 1.5 meg. It came with an Amiga 1080, which is bright and clear, a whole box of discs, Kickstart discs, an external floppy, Amiga A10 speakers, and a whole bunch of older Radio Shack parts, some 7045s and a couple ICs and socket holder. It was just an incredible deal, so I couldn't turn it down. So it was an 8-hour drive round trip. I just got back like right before.
Totally worth it.
Yeah.
And it was great.
I was afraid you were going to say between last night and this morning it was sold after 3.5 years.
And it works. I don't have to repair it, which is crazy. So
you jumped on it immediately, and you were ready to go last night. That's the way you do it. You want them to know you're motivated and you're going to be there. That's the way I like to do it myself. If they want you to drive all night, you'll be there because that's the kind of score you don't get every day. That's an excellent score, man.
Right. It was like 4 hours. It was a beautiful drive all through Pennsylvania, Western Maryland, even a tip of West Virginia. I took the non-tollway because at first it was like $80 in tolls. I'm like, no, I'll drive an extra hour.
Did you take the Bird?
No, I didn't take Firebird. I took the Commodore Kia. So that's my 2018 Kia Soul. I have a Commodore logo on the back window. Everybody thinks I'm a dork, so I say thanks.
You are a dork, Chris.
That's okay.
I think I'm a nerd. I think I'm a nerd. That's more elevated.
Is this your first 1000, Chris?
This is Amiga number 16 for me. I have 1 or 2 in a tote that I haven't found in years. They're buried under the steps. I have about 10 machines out here from under the desk all the way wrapped around behind me. Yeah, this is the first new Amiga, new to me 1000 that I've been able to play with in years. That's complete.
Oh man, I'll tell you, I scored one a couple years ago, and locally, by the way. I don't know what. Apparently, this area, someone sold some Amiga 1000s. Who'd have thunk it? In West Virginia,
need to tell
Pennsylvania.
That story, Aaron, about how you rolled into St. Albans with that guy who was armed.
Well, it's sort of similar. It's sort of similar to Chris's. I saw an ad pop up. I was sitting at my kid's ball game. And I was flipping around through Facebook ads, and I don't do that often. And I saw someone selling, like, a bunch of Amiga stuff. And so I told Boat, I'm like, listen, this guy sold a bunch of Amiga stuff. And Boat's like, listen, I've already talked to this guy. He's sketchy. I'm not interested. Well,
those were my words.
Listen, sketchy's my middle name, buddy. I was like, I'm going to get up on this guy. So I got with him, and we made a deal. I think I paid this dude $250. and I got an Amiga 1000. I got some sort of Mac. It's sitting back here. I don't know what the hell that thing is. But amongst the things I got was this incredibly rare Commodore 64 / Commodore PET external hard drive. I ended up selling that to a guy who, this is how rare it was. 2 Germans flew here to West Virginia to my house to pick it up. And I ended up making, what did I make on that boat? $700, something like that. I made
$700, and then you gave me an O2, one of those SGI workstations.
Yeah.
I think I bought one of those from that guy for $100, and I flipped that for 500. So
it
yeah, very profitable trip.
It turns out the guy used to date a chick whose father worked for the local news, and they were using all this stuff for the weather, if you could believe it. And then
you made a whole video on that too.
Well, I did do a video with the Germans. In fact, I had the Germans come on camera because I can't help myself, and I had to get out there. And it turns out the German guy has a formidable collection of Amigas and Commodore stuff. His foray is mostly into the Commodore PETs, the older, real old stuff. You know, that's his bag. But he was a real nice guy, you know. So I made out like a bandit on that. But it's funny that hearing Chris's story that he came close to West Virginia to get this thing, and here I get one in West Virginia, and a boat ends up with one as well. So we're all members of the 1000 Club. It's an awesome club to be in, man. That's for darn sure. And when I don't have to actually use a Kickstart disc, it's double awesome. So, Frank, I appreciate that part of it. It works out great for the rest of us. Very good. You know, Chris, while we got you on here, what are you working on? You got anything cooking these days?
I'm hoping to release PiMiga 2.0 by Christmas.
Oh, yes.
So I don't want to jump the gun too quick because people, you know, the Amiga community is just so tight and nobody complains. But,
no complaining ever.
Differences between
no drama in the Amiga. No,
right. So we had a group on a website that I will not mention that took my image, repackaged it with a ROM without permission, and then distributed it without instructions. And then I get on the Discord server, we are all getting like 9 million questions about what do I do? I'm like, read the README. They're like, it had no README. I downloaded it from XYZ site. We know who they are. And I've even seen it on eBay for like 80, 90 bucks.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
God. So
still, you're Johnny on the spot when it comes to the PiMiga stuff. That stuff really took off. It's a great package, and I can't imagine the amount of work it takes. What can you guess the kind of man hours you put into that?
Well, I took it over from Paul. I won't mention his last name because he asked not to be mentioned.
Right.
And 1.2, and I did 1.2p lockdown edition.
Yeah.
On through. 1.2 had a bunch of viruses. I cleaned them up in 1.2p, but everybody still used the old one. And then 1.3 was just another update. 1.4 was for the 400, and then 1.5 is the pimped out one where I did the TOSEX and the EAB CD collection. I mean, it's not perfect. Nothing's perfect. It's a 36-year-old OS that you're trying to polish, and you can't make it everybody's everything. But I tried to make it the best Amiga you can get for $100 on a Pi 400, and it works well. And I've been working with Midwin, who is the creator of Amiberry, and we're working on newer releases for just any Amiga emulator in general, not just PiMiga, and it takes into Amiberry and a lot of the others that are out there now. You can download pre-built, you know, images for all sorts of emulators.
Yeah.
And they're going out for everything. So better controller support is our #1 task, better RTG support. A lot of people have different size monitors. They might not have a widescreen, they might have a 4x3 or an older monitor, and they want to do some resizing. So we're looking into all that, and we're going to redo the base OS to hopefully a 64-bit base OS. And that'll make it 10 times as fast.
Yeah.
And we're also compiling the kernel for 4-core versus 2. The original one that you guys probably have is a compile for 2-core, and that way it was Pi 3B plus compatible, but then everybody tried to run it on a 3B, and it was still too slow. So 3B plus, it's functional, but not really enjoyable. I recommend a 4 2 gig or better for any kind of enjoyable experience.
Now, Chris, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is there, you know, obviously you've got PiMiga, you've got Amiberry, you've got various solutions for the Raspberry Pi. Is there any reason why you would actually recommend Amiberry over PiMiga at this point?
Well, Amiberry is the emulator underneath. Think of it as the WinUAE for the Pi. You have Amoebian, which is my competitor. They
Okay.
charge, and that is a pre-built solution based on the same core. It's a Debian core, 32-bit or 64-bit with WinUAE on it and blank. You don't get a working image. PiMiga is a fully functional Amiga that I provide to you as non-working. You choose to make it work with a legitimate Kickstart ROM that you buy.
Do you have any plans of actually offering a commercial version with the Kickstart ROM included?
Nah, I like to stay behind the curtain.
Yeah. And I will say, PiMiga, if you want something to, I like. In fact, Tom here is new to the scene. I believe Tom said he was using that. The PiMiga, what a package that is! What a great way to get in. And never has it been so inexpensive to get into the Amiga, especially with all the stuff that it comes with it. And there you go. I see 48K
is holding it up right now.
Yeah.
Yep, I loaded this up 2 weeks ago when I got my Pi 400.
Yeah. What do you think?
Oh, it was great. I mean, I have no idea how to use an Amiga, but you know the machine just worked.
Yeah.
There's an Atari emulator in the emulators folder if you need to feel the need to be a Falcon 030.
Well,
yeah, no, I got Atari for that on my main machine.
Do you have a Falcon 48K? Just I know. Do you actually have a Falcon in your possession?
No, I do not have a Falcon in my possession.
Those are so rare. But from my experience, the Falcon wasn't around long enough to be developed in anything that was really worth fooling with.
No, the only reason you want a Falcon as an Atari collector is if you're a completionist or you want to run the Falcon 030 demo scene. There was like 2 games that ran on the Falcon. I would, if I had one, I'm a huge demo scene fan. I would totally run all the Falcon 030 demos on it. But, I don't need to drop $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 to get a super obscure machine.
Yeah.
I got an Amiga 3000 right here. I'm okay in this obscure machine category.
I think we can all agree, though, that the Falcon, had it been given legs and had it stuck around for a while, would be a badass machine. Also with a cool name.
Potential.
Yeah.
It was just too late. It was just too late.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, listen, Chris, that was good stuff, man. And listen, double thumbs up for what you've been up to. That stuff's great. And
you asked me real quick. I'm sorry. You
No,
asked me
go.
how many hours we had put into it. So between the beta testers and myself, so I'm the one that actually did all the loading, and I give it out to the beta testers, and they tell me what's wrong, and I fix it and give it back out again. It was 240 hours for 1.4 and an additional 200 hours for 1.5, and that was mainly deduping and acquiring the TOSEC packs. If you know what the TOSEC packs are, it's like 90 revisions of the same program from every single release that was ever made. There's also a website, if you Google Commodore Amiga ADF listing, it's on archive.org. It's totally bitrot protection free, and that's all included on there too, as well as the EAB, 13 CDs of EAB stuff. So there's lots of things on there. So that's why I provided it as non-working. Questionable content for some, but
it's a gray area.
It's a gray area. Yeah. So I gave it away as non-working, and the user chooses to make it work. And I give it away for free because I love the Amiga, and I owe it all to a cheesesteak sub. And we already went on that tangent my last round of 6 Hofbräus when we were on when we were doing the other Amma West.
Listen, we all walk in that gray area, dude. And by the way, I want to compliment you on your lab there. You've got the power box in the back, a bunch of crazy wiring popping out. You got the thing of alcohol on the side. That's the way we like to see it, man, because we know you're doing some mad scientist stuff.
Shelf.
I did put tech incarnate right there.
I did put walls up. We did have the pink stuff, whereas it nonstop for years. So I did put walls up, drywall, did the whole thing. That's only half the studio. I've showed Doug the rest.
That's the way you do it. I love it.
Wraps around.
Sketchy tech.
I love it,
waiting
man.
for the water heater.
I love it. Beautiful. Well done. Well, hey, listen,
I'm away from that. I'm off the water heater side. It's over there, and that's now the server room.
we appreciate. I personally want to thank you for it. That is an excellent package, and you've kept the ball rolling. It's good stuff, man. And if you've got a Pi, you're looking to dip your toe in the pool of Amiga, that is the way to go, in my personal opinion.
If you guys are going to download it, reference the links on my website or the YouTube video that I did. Don't download it from the website that offers it.
You want to give your website address, dude?
It's just my YouTube page.
Okay, there you go.
I'll type it in the. I gotta remember what my YouTube channel is.
Yeah, type it in Twitch. That'd be fine.
Yeah, I was going to say it's possible we blocked links in the Twitch chat, but I'll paste it into the Twitch chat.
There you go,
Okay,
Johnny on the spot.
I'll send
Very
it to you.
good.
Let me get it real quick.
Very good, very good. I'm glad to hear that, man. So we're gonna keep the ball rolling along that line, and we're gonna just go right over to our good buddy Doug, 10 Mark, if you will, from the 10-minute Amiga Retrocast. Doug, what do you have in store for us tonight?
Well, this is going to be a little bit more actually about Frank from Retro Rewind.
Oh, there you go.
Products.
Hey,
So,
keep it going, man.
he sent me a big box of cash to talk about his product today. So I'd like to thank you for that big box of cash, Frank. No, just kidding.
It wasn't Canadian, so it's not going to get you a lot of American money.
It's worth a coffee and a donut.
Awesome. But all of you have heard by now about this new RGB to HDMI device. It's been all over Facebook, all over Twitter. Lots of people have been doing YouTube articles on it, including Chris, who did a couple of episodes right on there. And I wanted to introduce it to you and talk to you a little bit about it. Where is mine? Now, this one, make sure this fits in the frame just fine. This is the one for the Amiga 2000 on a Zorro card. I also have the one that you just attach the Denise to directly on the Amiga 500, and I'm going to be doing a show on that tomorrow, so you'll see all about that tomorrow. These are really clever. What this appears to do is use this Raspberry Pi Zero. This little guy right here, you can get them unassembled where you have to do a little soldering of the GPIO port on here. Get them for like $5, $8, something like that. You have to do a little soldering. I happen to get the Wi-Fi version, completely useless for this particular project, but fully assembled, GPIO port already soldered on there, because I'm not the world's greatest solderer, as I think maybe David Z tried to allude to about 10 minutes ago in his little comment about some people shouldn't solder. 25 bucks off of Amazon, well worth it, or I didn't even have to bother with it. The software you load on here, it's like a 3 megabyte download. So you can use a tiny little SD micro card. If you've got one, an old one sitting around, that's a 256 meg or a 512 meg, plenty big enough. Mine's a 4 gig. It's like 99% wasted space on here. You just load the software on there, and you don't really need to do anything besides just plug this in to the interface right here. It's got a jumper on it. So if you have a regular Denise in your Amiga 2000, you jumper it for a regular Denise. If you have the Super Denise, the ECS versions, you jumper it for Super Denise. Now, you're not going to hurt it if you have it jumpered wrong. You'll just get a cruddy display. It just won't look quite right. Then on Frank's from Retro Rewind's version, he's supplying it with the button, which is absolutely awesome. A lot of people say on the GitHub page that they're building them maybe without the button, but you really need it because there's a lot of really cool features that you can access on the device without it, with the button. You don't need it. You can literally just plug it in, turn it on, and you'll probably get a rock solid display, which I'll show you here in just a second. This fits in the video slot of your Amiga 2000, which is generally unused unless you have either a Genlock or a video toaster. Now, there was some chatter on Facebook today about using one of these with a video toaster, and it won't work because they both use the video slot. But I did test the Denise chip version where you have this little tiny board and you just pop your Denise chip right on there. I did test it on my Amiga 2000. Works absolutely brilliantly that way. But it sticks far enough up where the top of these GPIO pins may just hit the bottom of your power supply. So you're going to want to put like a little insulation layer on there if you use the version that plugs directly in the Denise chip in your Amiga 2000. I can't think of any reason why it would not work with a video toaster. but I will test it out over the next week or two and make sure I'll hook it up in my toaster machine, the Denise version, make sure everything plays nice.
It will, Doug. 100% it will, because I've done it.
Oh, well, that's even better. We hear from the man himself. Fantastic. Yeah, that was a question on Facebook today. I think it was Glenn who was asking about that. And I said, I think it will, but I haven't tested it yet. So I'll let him know that it's 100% guaranteed that it works, or your money back. Now, I do find these boards that Frank makes really, really high quality, really, really well done. He and I had some discussions about it over the past week and a half or so, with some minor issues that I had that we think we have worked out with the next generation of board. But even so, this thing works perfect. Let me just throw it in the case, and we're going to take a look, and I'll show you what it looks like. Here's my lovely Amiga 2000 right there. This was the star of the show from a couple weeks ago episode of 10-Minute Amiga Retrocast, where I rebuilt an Amiga 2000 from the parts of 3 different machines. I had 3 machines, all of them non-working, and I put things together and got one really, really nicely working Amiga 2000.
A great series, though. Well done on that.
Yep, thanks. And since then, I've also got the hard drive LED light working. And gosh, I'm going to have to throw some more credit over to my pal Chris, because I found one of his videos, Chris Edwards, from last year, about how to hook up the IDE light on your Amiga 2000 to your Vampire, because it drove me nuts that it didn't work. And so I did a little series on that, explaining how to hook it up and everything like that. But let's turn this Amiga 2000 on. Just hook it up directly to HDMI. Hey, look, there's us. And there we go. Power this little guy on.
Doug, while this is booting, is this your same Amiga 2000 that had the video toaster in it?
No, this is not.
Okay.
No, that's behind me. I've got a Romulator in here, so that works really well with it too. I've been pretty happy with the Romulator, although I find 95% of the time I'm just booting Amiga OS 3.1.4 anyways. I usually don't find much of a reason to boot the older versions. And here she comes up right now. Maybe. Oh, come on. These things boot so slow when you're waiting for them.
Oh, I can feel sales dropping now.
And this will work in any OCS video mode. Absolutely rock solid. So any of your gaming modes, 320 by 200, any of your interlace modes, which is what this is. This is in a 640 by 480, normally what would be an interlace mode, and it's absolutely rock solid. The quality of the display is just incredible. Not even a drip of flicker on this, and all of this for like less than $100 if you have to spend a lot of money on it, and even probably closer to $85 is what I have invested in this, because it ships from Canada, and on Frank's website it's like $70 Canadian. That works out US money to like 56 bucks, 60 bucks, something like that. So it's pretty cheap to have done. And then you get yourself a Pi for $15, $20. You're talking pretty cheap to use almost any mode that you want to. Now, I have found some issues running it in PAL mode. And these are things that I think are going to be worked out in the future. So if you switch to PAL mode, all I get is a flickery mess. So, but I think these are things that are going to be overcome with new software versions. And Frank, if you have any ideas about if they're going to address an easy way to switch between PAL and NTSC.
Well, there's an easy way right now, but the problem is you can actually in the menu switch forcing it to 50 hertz PAL mode, but
Mhm.
then you need to physically reboot the actual Pi, either through the menu or by rebooting your computer.
Mhm.
And you need to save Workbench screen mode preferences as PAL. Go into the menu, switch it to forcing it. You can actually force it 60 hertz PAL so that your monitor still works at 60 hertz, but it'll interpolate the 50 hertz signal.
I will take your word for that, but it has not worked for me. I've tried all of that, but I think it's something that can be definitely overcome. But man, I cannot recommend this device enough. I've also got this hooked on my vampire-enabled Amiga 500 in my Checkmate case from Stephen Jones. I've got the Denise version on that, and I'll tell you what, that works absolutely perfectly in there too. I can hook it up to a little switch box, one of the little HDMI switches. Just push the button when I want an RGB screen on there. Hit the switch, boom! I'm in beautiful flicker-free RGB for every game. And then I hit it again. I go back to the standard retargetable graphics on the Vampire. Absolutely gorgeous. For the money, I'd say it's worth every penny. If you have any questions about it or want to see anything else about it in action, let me know. But yep, that's what I wanted to talk to you all about today. And I will be doing a video on this tomorrow, one of my 10-minute long videos.
Yeah, right.
I have a question real quick. This is for Frank. Frank, are there any plans for our Amiga 600 users for an adapter board to pop over its PLC style?
Yeah, I'm gonna filibust until I find them. I've got them. They're just the problem is they have to be physically wired in, and I'm still not sure if I'm comfortable selling something to users who might not be prepared.
That's
or
part of the fun, man.
Skillful enough. Yeah, yeah. There's this funny thing called liability, and my
I was wondering if
everything else. So
more like
support and
like more like a plug solution, so it was pre-wired somehow magically on the board, and then they plug a ribbon into said GPIO.
Yeah, I've had a lot of discussions with Copper Dragon, the original designer of the card, on satisfying. Like I've got one in my 600, but I mean I wired mine in. And hold on, I've actually got them here, like somewhere on my bench. I
love how organized your stuff is. That's just
it's not. Look, like the actual workbench is an absolute disaster.
Have you seen my videos?
Yeah. So I mean, I've got them here somewhere, but I mean, I'll gladly send you one if you want to play with it, because I got tons of them. And I think I sent Neil one in hopes that he could get that working in his CDTV. I mean, it's out there, and you know, if people want it, they can contact me directly, and I'll get it to them. But I'm not sure if we're going to put them up on the store, to be honest. Yep.
Is it possible? Do you think it might be possible to get one of these for the AGA, like the 1200?
Well, not using a Pi Zero.
No, with like a Pi 4 or something, Pi 3 maybe.
Quite possibly. I don't see why it wouldn't work with a Pi 3 or a Pi 4.
People are already using this in an Amiga 4000. Yeah.
Okay.
Manuel, who's on the Vampire team, he does a lot of the artwork for it. He's using it in an Amiga 4000. It converts the AGA into 12-bit, so it's not an absolute true color representation. It's representing it more like 4096 colors as opposed to 16 million. But he says it works just fine in an Amiga 4000. It just brings the colors down, but he says it's worth it because it's a rock solid display. He uses it as the screen on his Toaster 4000, so he can see everything nice and crisp on his Toaster 4000. So interesting. I didn't think it would work, but he says it does.
And he's using a Pi Zero, though?
He's using a Pi Zero, and it just takes the AGA, and it just looks 12-bit. It's on one of the Facebook groups. I can put you in touch.
Yeah, I'll have to go look, because I mean, my understanding is the best you can do Pi Zero is 8-bit, but I mean, I'm wrong all the time. So.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Hey, listen, the bottom line is there may be a future for the AGA machines out there, and that's
I don't
good
know
to
if there's
know,
a
man.
future for AGA at
Now
all.
listen, Bo,
Hey,
don't
now.
you chime in, you spudhead.
Aaron, mute that man.
Yeah, I know. If I
Kick him.
listen,
One thing I do want to add to Doug's presentation is our kits actually supply with all the wiring and everything. The bracket, that's all included, right? So you literally just drop a Pi in and you're off to the races. And that bracket fits right in, and it's tapped and threaded. The holes are threaded for the video slot in the back.
Yeah, it took me 2 or 3 minutes after I unboxed it and got the Pi in there to plug it in and get a signal out of it. It was a breeze, well packaged, very professionally done. Highly recommend his company. Send me another bag of money.
Doug will work for he'll go down for some cash. I can understand.
I'll be a corporate shill for anybody.
Listen, Doug. I think
Just
you can.
kidding, everybody.
I think you will agree with me when I say it's nice to have people on this side of the ocean that are playing in the Amiga realm. We've
They're
got
playing
Amiga on the
Amiga
lake.
realm,
Yeah,
and you can order from them, and they will ship your items this decade.
it's great.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's nice. And listen, you know me, I like to wax on this stuff, but we live in a glorious age for the Amiga because it was a long drought there, and now there's all this awesome stuff. I mean, it really does feel like the Amiga is born again. It's glorious. It's great to be a part of the community. Everyone's positive. There's new stuff coming out. People are active. If we could get past the little foibles, we'll be laughing. I think it's outstanding. But of course, I get excited about stuff, but I love it.
I would like to thank Rona for the development of all this Amiga newness in our community.
Yeah.
You know, since the lockdown, I mean, what do? We jumped on these things and we started making new stuff.
Well, Chris, you never would have had time to do all that PiMiga stuff.
No,
if,
I would have to do this thing called work.
Yeah.
I didn't work. I was out of work for a year, so that's what I did. Yeah.
Hey, listen, you used your time wisely. That's the important thing, man. I love
still
it.
bought like mad. That's the problem.
Yes.
I have a habit. I'm thinking about checking myself into the Commodore clinic. My wife said, "Why are you putting a Commodore sticker on your car?" I'm like, "Why not?"
Do you think about the fact that you can spend thousands of dollars on a computer that came out in '85? It's ludicrous. We're all insane.
I spent more than that on one that didn't work.
I love
it. Didn't even work. I just bought it. I'm like, okay, I'll fix it.
On the flip side, Chris, you ended up getting the whole enchilada with this latest pickup. So it all comes around, man.
It was really incredible. What I'll do is I will share a picture to the Zoom chat, and then you guys can show it if you want. It's what I got today. This is what I sent Doug. Let me just drag it out here.
It truly is a beautiful machine, man. That it was clean. Keyboard looks like it's in good shape. I was pretty impressed with that machine when you showed it to me.
I like to think the universe pays people back for their good deeds, man. You know, and when you get a deal like that, that's the reward for your efforts. That's the way I like to look at it, man.
Okay, it's coming up to everyone in the chat. There we go.
There it is.
Let
me spotlight that.
Now the monitor is the flicker from the camera not catching the refresh rate, but it's crystal clear and bright for what it is.
Ooh.
That was $315, and all those Radio Shack vintage parts, capacitors. It's all Amiga 1000 stuff.
Nice. Curtis,
but I was more happy about the speakers.
Curtis, you have to talk to him about the Radio Shack stuff later. You can get in on that. That's right up your alley, man. You know, while we're talking about you, Curtis, let's go ahead and get you in, man. What do you have to demonstrate this evening?
Well, not so much demonstration, just a couple of updates. I was going to show my little webpage update. It's involving a game. I was actually specifically for Neil at RMC there because he's a huge Ultima fan from what Boat keeps referring to. Is that correct, Boat?
Yeah, he loves Ultima.
So the CoCo never got an official Ultima, but there was 3 different clones over the years. There was Gates of Delirium from Diacom.
Ultimate clones, wow.
Yeah.
That's how we do it on the CoCo boat.
Yeah, everything's clone, man. Big fat bad guy, you know, that type of thing, like Sailor Man was. At any rate, there was an archive that was done back in 2004 to 2006 where 4 people got together, basically disassembled the whole thing, including all the graphics, the maps, the code, how the player discs were structured and everything else, and had made this nice big archive website. And then promptly 2 or 3 years later, it shut down and disappeared. Now, I was doing some research for my game site back then, and I downloaded, site sucked the entire thing, and I burned it on a CD, and I kind of lost track of it, and I finally found it recently, so I finally put it up onto my website to bring this whole site back because the original authors have lost it since. So I thought I'd just do a brief show of what that looks like, because I literally just put it on my website this week. So let me share screen here. Okay, so this is my game site entry, which is the very primitive, ancient looking HTML 1.0 level thing.
This is straight from your website, right?
That's straight from our website, yes.
You know, you are the foremost authority on CoCo games. And so this is it. I mean, and it works great.
Yeah, well, I actually designed it so that you could view it on a CoCo, and I had been experimenting with that back in the 90s even.
I kind of figured that.
Yeah, and I'm still planning on doing that someday, along with the other 5,000 projects. But anyway. But this here is a copy of the original archive, which is a bit more modern. So it has a bunch of different things to it. It's got disk images, including hacks that you can do cheats. You can actually, rearm your person and bump his hit points up and his magic points and, bump up your food and everything else. Original manuals, which you can also find in the Collector Computer Archive. But basically, it's an archive of the entire thing, and it's got the complete maps. Now, the way that particular version of Ultima style game was set up is that it basically it's a Hollow Earth theory. So when you start the game, and none of this is mentioned in the directions, you discover all this stuff as you play. So basically, you start in this outside world, and there's cities and towns, and there's gates that phase in with phases of the 6 moons and stuff like that, so you can teleport to places you normally can't get. And there's dungeons and castles and towns and all that kind of stuff, like a standard Ultima style game. But basically, because of the Hollow Earth, if you get to Twin Cities 1, you go down 32 dungeon levels, then you emerge into the inner world, where you actually get to have a whole other place to discover and map through. And I remember back in the day, Dicom Products, the guys that made this game, actually had a contest, and then basically there's a secret message we printed. It was unique to each copy sent out, shipped from them. And then if you completed the game and you got that message, you send it back in. If you were one of the first 11 to do so, you would win a prize. And you had 5 baseball caps for Dicom. You had 5 where you got to pick a Dicom game of your choice. And then the other one was to win a free CoCo 3. So, of course, we tried to do that, because this game literally came out just after the CoCo 3 is released, even though it only requires a CoCo 1 and 2. And we did manage to complete it. A friend of mine named Barkley and I, we team tagged this. We'd take shifts every day over the summer during school time off. And I would play it for 8 hours, and then I'd save the game state there, and I'd pass it over him because he lived 3 houses down. He'd do the next 8 hours, and then I'd come pick it up again after I got back from work. And we didn't win the game in about 2.5 months, and I sent in, and it was all ready, Barkley and I had to figure out how we're going to split up who's going to get the prize, and we were too late. Already all 11 prizes have been claimed. So.
Oh, that sucks.
That sucks. But we completed it. I mean, that was not super common at the time. But anyway, the actual archive here has like intricate parts of like how the internal code works, what some of the algorithms are, how to modify the player save disk, because you can, like I said, you can change all your characters and stuff. And the maps are animated with the original animations from the original game. So like your water ripples and your lava bubbles and all that kind of stuff too, and even that's in the towns and everything else. So everything that's animated is in the original game. It has a list of the player character graphics that were done in the original game as well, and there's a couple in there that are actually on the discs but were never used, so it was obviously from a previous planned version of the game, and they pulled some people out of it.
So there's actually stuff in the game that's not in the original Ultima game.
Yes, well, it's not exactly Ultima. It's like an Ultima based style.
What you're saying is it's a superior version.
Well, I don't know. I like the Ultima games too. I played them back in the day on the Apple II, even when the original Ultima was written in BASIC, not the revamped one that was showed up later. So, but it's somewhat.
I think the word is bootleg. The word you're looking for is bootleg. This is a bootleg Ultima.
Tribute is what we kind of say. Anyway, it's a very interesting archive. It's over 20 megabytes of stuff. The maps are interactive, so you can scroll around. Like even if you put it on a 1920 screen, it doesn't all fit. So you have to like scroll around to see the worlds. And every single map. So if you actually downloaded the game to play, you actually have the full maps now that you can actually go through and figure out where you're going to make it a lot easier. So that was the first part. And the second part, I want to add on with some details on the GIME-X.
I'm looking forward to this.
Okay, so yeah, break it down for me, Curtis, because I read about this on the CoCo Talk Discord, but I still don't understand. For those of us that aren't, ensconced in the CoCo, what is GIME-X just from the get-go?
Okay, the GIME-X is a hardware project for the CoCo 3 only. Basically, the main chip that controls the CoCo 3 does the graphics, the interrupt handling, the MMU for the memory and stuff is called the GIME, Graphics Interrupt Memory Enhancement Chip, also sometimes known as ACVC. And basically, it's a custom chip Tandy had made for the CoCo 3, and it doesn't exist in the CoCo 1 or 2 at all. And basically, it's the greatest power of the CoCo 3, and it's also the greatest limiting factor because there's no place to second source this. It was never made for anybody else. It's not a generic part like a 6809 or anything like that. So if your gimme died, you were dead. And it also has some problems, like as you probably noticed, both because you've tried running it in the old days. The composite output on the CoCo, which is coming from the gimme chip, isn't quite in spec. Like it was good enough for some of the older TVs in the day, but for modern ones, sometimes it works.
It doesn't work well with capture cards, that's for sure.
Yes, exactly, because it's a little bit off the spec.
Mm-hmm.
So they started working, Ed Snyder and Gary Becker. Gary Becker's the one who created the CoCo 3 FPGA, and then Ed Snyder's created everything under the sun hardware-wise. You know, he manufactures the CoCo SDC, does CoCo 1 and 2 stuff, he does MC10 hardware, he does all kinds of things. But basically, they got together, and because Gary had already basically emulated the CoCo and added some enhancements in the FPGA simulation of the Gimme, they decided to make an actual Gimme replacement. So what this is a little satellite board, and I've showed it briefly on the last ICC because I actually have one of the prototype models of it. And basically, you just unplug the 64-pin square Gimme chip, and you just plug the satellite board that plugs in the same socket, and then voila, you've got the new Gimme. So this Gimme adds a few things. It adds a DAT board built in, because if you wanted to go past 512K in a CoCo 3 before, like to 1 meg or 2 meg or now 8 meg, you would have to solder this thing onto the CPU to kind of steal address lines and stuff to be able to interpret it properly. That's all built in the Gimme. So now you can do a 2 or 8 meg upgrade without any soldering at all. If you can operate a chip puller, you're good enough to go. But it also adds a bunch of other extra features too. Like the standard 6809 or 639, if you've upgraded, runs at 1.78 megahertz on the CoCo 3. This will allow you to bump it up to 2.86 megahertz, and that's probably recommended more for the 639 because there's an official 3 megahertz version of that. So it runs a little bit more than a megahertz faster if you want, and it's backwards compatible to both CoCo 1, 2 speeds and CoCo 3 speeds. It also adds a bunch of different graphic modes that have been enhanced up to, I think, the maximum 640 by 480 by 256 color.
Is that the highest graphic mode possible?
On the GIME-X, yeah. I mean, the CoCo 3's highest graphic mode is either 640 by 225 by 4 color or 320 by 225 by 16 color from the palette of 64.
Okay.
The GIME-X enhances the palettes up to 512 colors, and it enhances the resolution in multiple new modes that you can use too. And there's some demos of it on Zipster's site. So if you watch the video that Ed did, it's got a ton of he demos a couple of games on it. It makes everything RGB color standard compatible. It also has built-in artifacting based on the MAME engine, which is very close to the original. So you can do artifacting on any of those devices. You don't have to worry about picking between composite and RGB modes anymore. It works the same on them all. You can turn the artifacting off, or you can turn it on and invert the color set, of course. And we've been bugging him, like this has been out in prototype for about a year now, and that's how long I've been working on it too. And now he's officially announced he got one of those pick things that you guys were mentioning earlier, and he's actually just moving into a new house. He's just getting all that stuff set up, and then he's shipping out a couple hand prototypes he's going to solder by hand, and he's expecting to have these on sale by summer. And basically the prices are going to be $170 for the GIME-X with an 8 meg RAM upgrade card included. It'll be $140 with a 2 meg RAM card upgrade included. If you send your CoCo to him, if you're not into soldering too much, you'll actually socket and install your 609 CPU for an additional $25. And if you already have a 2 meg board or an 8 meg board that is fast enough to handle the new graphics modes and the 2.86 megahertz, then it'll be $95 for the board, and he's expecting to have this all available by summer.
You know, Curtis, one of the things about the ZX Spectrum Next that really got a lot of people on board was the prospect of having new games designed for these new graphics modes. Have you heard of any developers that are interested in actually writing some new games that actually support some of these new GIME-X graphics modes?
Yes, there are some that have been. I'm actually planning on adding some drivers into Nitrous 9. I'm going to choose the easy ones to do where I'm not going past 64K because that gets a bit complicated. But we are planning on using the enhanced palettes, like the extended past 64 color palette. And we're planning on using a 256 color mode in the 160 by 200 resolution because that's a nice easy one to fit in, but that means we all have a true 256 color screen instead of just 16 colors. So yes, we are planning on introducing. And also the CoCo VJ, which is kind of the CoCo 1 and 2 version of that, which has enhanced graphics modes and enhanced palettes. If you guys watch CoCo Talk today, Sheldon Hildebrand is currently working on a game. He actually was demonstrating it on a video. that's using some of those enhanced modes with the CoCo 1 and 2. So he's also very interested in doing stuff with the CoCo 3 GIME-X when it comes out. I think most of the developers are kind of waiting until the real one, the finalized version comes out, just in case there's any last minute changes they have to worry about.
I can't wait for this thing to come out. I'm going to be all over it. I like the idea that adding this sort of enhancement to the CoCo. I mean, you can really do some real interesting stuff with it. It should be awesome, man.
Yeah. So for those of you who can see the screenshot I'm sharing with the Zoom call here, you can see all 5 displays being driven at once off the one GIME-X here. So he's got composite on the left. He's got CoCo VGA. He's got analog RGB. He's got S-video, and then he's got RF out. And like I said, the signals even on the existing old ones are all improved. So there's less static. There's less, herringbone patterns and everything else. So it's actually better on every single case.
It's amazing that you.
Hey,
can
Curtis, how do you get one of those keyboards that has the different colored keys?
Ed Snyder also sells those, and he actually will do custom keycaps. So if you want a Nitrous 9 style keyboard, some extra things that Nitrous 9 uses for.
I'm gonna have to hit him up because I want some blue arrow keys on my CoCo 3.
Yeah, he's got a variety. Like mine personally, I've got red, a kind of a dark gray, a medium gray, and a white. So mine's a different. He's got several different colors you can choose from. He's also rather famous. We refer to him as a Cylon because he cranks out so much hardware we think he's a robot. So he's actually got a special break key with a Cylon symbol on it that you can get from him as a tribute to him, and a lot of the people get that.
That's awesome.
I love it.
He also
man.
manufactures like the CoCo SDC and just tons of stuff. Just hit zipsterzone.com to see everything.
I've never heard anybody say the name Gimme before, and I always thought that Gimme. I always pronounced it Gime, and I thought it was a reference to Samuel Gimes. So
Well, that is a play on it.
Knew about this.
That is a play. Samuel Gimes' name comes from the Gimme chip, and you just mispronounce it on purpose.
Okay.
Rainbow Magazine kind of made it official. It's the Gimme because they said it always means give me more graphics, give me more sound, give me more interrupts, that type of stuff. So that's where that slang came from.
Are you kidding me, Boat?
No.
You thought that's what that meant?
I thought it came from Samuel Gimes.
There's no way. You're not that dense, surely.
No. I mean, I mean, when you think about who are you going to name your graphics mode after? You think you're going to name it after the Devil Bunny? Heck no.
Well, maybe.
Plastic tequila.
Give me a break. Well, thank you, Chris. Excellent stuff.
This is the finest Serbian liqueur.
Listen, Bo, don't be turning that up in here. You look at some sort of liquored up
that
freak.
with tequila?
You sure that's not Russian?
Oh,
I thought
listen,
someone said it was
what'd you
Russian.
do?
Oh, take off. Who said that? I knew.
You fill half a glass with Gorky List, and you fill the other half with the old Montezuma special, and then you're good.
You're going to make people think that people that own classic computers are all a bunch of liquored up boozers.
No idea what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
listen, I can't believe
We
it.
are, aren't we? Hold on a sec. I thought we were.
Speaking of liquored up, but no, I'm just kidding. Listen, this is how I transition.
This is
cunningly.
the smooth segue that you're famous
That's
for.
right. We're going over to our good buddy, our good pal, our lifelong chum. This guy's been with us way back. We're going over to Graham W. Woebcke.
Oh,
Graham,
Australia's finest.
what do you have
Hi,
for us
Graham.
tonight, my friend?
Well, I was going to share a presentation of the A to Z of Barbie games, but I'm going to change.
Oh, Jesus. you play one set of Barbie games and you're marked for life. Come on.
You did well. You did well.
Thank you.
Check it out on Twitch. It should be in the archive. if you
Oh,
missed it
God.
yesterday.
Don't point him toward it, Graham, for God's
Clipped
sake.
about
Oh, no, no, no.
17 clips from that last night. It's great.
Yeah, it's the greatest stream ever. I'm just going to briefly talk about a few acquisitions that I've got, and I'm also going to join the same book club as Pixels.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
I wonder if he's got like a bug installed in my house and found out what I was going to do.
I was wondering your reaction to that because I didn't know what Pixels was doing, but I knew what you were doing. I was like, well, there you go.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. Okay, let's start with something that's got nothing to do with computers at all, and I've got my new recording gear for my drum set, which you can see in the background.
Very good. Yes.
It's this. It's the it's a Yamaha recording system. Oops.
Tell us a little
And-
bit about that, Graham. What does that give you?
Okay, so what it allows me to do is, if I'm playing acoustic drums, I can just mount this microphone device on the bass drum, and I don't need microphones anywhere else. So it's a single right in the middle of the kit.
So
and
it's
got
one
two
microphone that
directional.
mics all of your drums at one time.
Correct, but it's actually got two microphones inside it, and it's in like an X pattern, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
Very
yeah.
fancy.
But I've got it set up on this kit in here at the moment with triggers, so I can record it with electronic drum sounds, even though I'm playing an acoustic drum kit.
Mm.
And
And
so
that's
it gives me a lot of
Yamaha,
flexibility.
a Yamaha product, right? Yeah.
That is a Yamaha product, yeah. So I have been playing a lot with that, and I've still got so much to learn. But I may be able to contribute to the Patreon song in the near future.
We can't wait. We can't wait.
There
for
you
to
go.
join us, William.
Yeah.
So once I get my hand on that, I'll offer my services. A gaming acquisition. I may have shown this before. I don't remember, but it's for the GameCube. Those that know me know that I really only have a GameCube and a Mister.
You're a man after
now.
my own heart, Graham. I love the
Yeah. Hang on, just let me adjust that a little bit. So I've got this little thing. The light, it's too shiny. There you go. It's not so shiny. So it's from Insurrection Industries, and it's called a Carby. This is version 2 of the Carby, and it plugs into the back of the GameCube. Hang on, I'll try and get it so it's not getting the reflection. And that goes into the digital port of the GameCube at the back. So firstly, you need to have a GameCube that has both the analog and the digital outputs.
So would that be an earlier model or a later model that has?
Later model.
Okay.
Yeah. So what this device allows me to do, though, is on the flip side, is it's got HDMI. So now I plug this into the digital and then put the HDMI into my HDMI switcher, and then I can go into that screen that's on top of my Xbox One. So now I've got 3 devices running off that little 11-inch Xbox One screen. And it comes with a remote control. Hang on, too shiny, that's better. And basically you only...
Sorry, have you noticed any latency with that?
No, none at all.
Where did you pick that up from, Graham?
Directly from the Carby, from the Insurrection Industries website.
Okay.
And it took about 3.5 weeks to get here. So they're based in the States, as far as I know. But this little remote, you only need to use it one time, basically to configure it. And then it remembers the setting. It's got must have a little EEPROM or something in it. And then every time you fire up the GameCube, it remembers your settings, and whammo, off you go. And it has a little on-screen menu, kind of like what the Mister has when you use the remote to configure it. And it works like a dream. So that's my only hardware acquisition that is, retro.
Are they? I mean, you've obviously. Do you have the what kind? You have some sort of a hacked GameCube that allows you to read directly off an SD card, right, Graham?
Yeah, that's right. I have a Japanese GameCube with the Game Boy player underneath it, and I've physically removed the CD drive, and it's got something called a GC loader board inside it.
But at this point, you've got the best output. You've got the best, game loading device. Are there any other upgrades that you want to put on the GameCube?
The only thing I would really like is one of those wireless Wavebird controllers.
Oh, that's easy enough to pick up.
Those will cost you, though. The problem.
Yeah, they're pricey, but it would just be nice to have something that doesn't have a cable that gets caught up in the hi-hat stand.
Let me ask you a question.
You know how small my room is.
Let me ask you a question, Graham, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
Because one thing about I know that you're a big you're a big GameCube aficionado, and we may have talked about this in private, but I've got several Wiis, if you will, and you can do some certain gimmicks to the Wii to make it play all the GameCube stuff. What keeps you with the GameCube versus just getting a Wii and doing some razzmatazz to it?
Good question. a lot of it is just nostalgia because I enjoy the console. Previously, before I had the GC loader, I was actually using physical discs. So my software library, because I don't have a Wii, so you know that's that.
So you
But
don't have a Wii.
I don't
Which,
have a Wii.
and
no.
we can all the Wii, of course, was the successor to the GameCube. Have you never felt enough interest in the Wii to go down that road? Have you tried fooling with the Wii before? You know, because it is, despite the fact that it's very hardware centric towards the GameCube. Of course, they went in a different direction with the Wii. You're not interested in the motion controls or whatnot from the Wii.
Well, I have used the Wii before and then experimented, you know, like with Wii Sports and some of these other things and Just Dance and whatnot. But at the time, we had an Xbox 360 as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what my children are using still to this day for Just Dance and, you know, all those Connect
So
games.
you don't want to play Just Dance, Graham?
No.
Because I think
No,
we all
it's-
want to see
it's
that
on my
streamed.
thing. Nah.
Come on, man.
I want to see him play Just Dance while Amigo Aaron there is watching his favorite Barbie game.
That's right.
Yeah.
Take off.
Yeah.
I'm never going to live this Barbie thing down. Thanks, Graham. Thanks a lot. Shit, Dad.
Sorry about that. But the primary reason, though, for the GameCube is the Game Boy player, without doubt.
Yeah, the Game Boy player is the reason to keep the GameCube around. Not to mention, if you don't care about any of those crap Wii games, just, you know, the GameCube's where it's at. I'm with you, Graham.
Take off. The
Yeah.
Wii's got a ton of good games, Boat. What is it
No,
with
I
you?
agree, it does.
What
It
are you
does.
crapping on systems for, Boat?
Listen,
Suddenly
man.
you're a big 64 guy. You've been crapping on that for years. And
The
you
tequila's kicking in, I think, is what's going
listen. You turn allegiances. You turn on systems in a heartbeat. We're ignoring that. The Wii's fine, but I can understand. I like the fact that a person has a specific love for a console, and the GameCube in the States, it was a system that was dealt with in terms of it didn't exactly rule the roost with the
It
PlayStation
sold
out
way
there.
more. It sold way more units than the Amiga ever did. I can tell
Well,
you that.
duh. No, you're gonna. Graham, help me out here. This guy's killing me.
Hear
Anyway,
him.
ignore him. Go on with your presentation. I'm sorry.
That's cool. The GameCube is much more collectible, though, especially with the Japanese side of things. And that's also part of the attraction because I have Japanese consoles as well. So, yeah, that's my
Graham,
reasoning for it.
This is a serious question. If you're somebody that's a GameCube aficionado and you're interested in getting into, you know, you want to play some of the Japanese exclusives that never made it to the Western market, what are some of the best ones?
Oh, geez, where do you start? There are some really good shooting games, you know, shmups.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of those. Castle Shikigami is a favorite of mine. I may have shown that on a previous stream. That's a game that may have been released in NTSC US, but I don't remember. But that's a game that I really enjoy. Sometimes you get slightly different music and whatnot based on the game. So if you're interested in collecting all the different versions of it, you can get the Japanese market's music is different to other people's regions' music as well. But for me personally, it's all the shooters because I'm a big shmup fan on the GameCube. So I have Star Soldier in Japanese and
Is Star Soldier your number one?
No, I think Castle Shikigami is my number one actually.
Okay, so that one, you know, if you were going to say, like, if you got one of these SD loader devices and you're looking for some Japanese imports to put on there, you would say that and Star Soldier. Give us a top three.
Put me on the spot.
No pressure, Graham. Boat just pulls this out of his hiney. Go ahead, go for it.
If you can read Japanese, all the Harvest Moon type games are very good. Yeah, I would say though for me it would be Star Soldier, Castle Shikigami, and I actually like the Mario Sunshine Japanese version as well.
Really? What's different about the Mario set? Because that's one of my favorite games of all time. So what's different?
Mario Sunshine? Because that one's
yeah.
sort of a pariah amongst the
Listen, you
Mario
need to shut
fans.
up right now.
Well, I'm
that
just
game
saying.
rules.
I'm just calling it like I see it, y'all.
No, it's actually exactly the same game. It's just on-screen Japanese.
But okay, yeah. There's nothing
Yep.
wrong with that. Yeah. Now,
And-
how much? How much does one of those SD gimmicks set you back these days?
The GC loader was $90 US, I think it was.
Okay, not bad.
Yeah.
Because that essentially gives you access to the entire library. You install that and you're good to go.
It does if you want to go down Dodgyville. That's exactly right.
It's a gray area.
It also helps because a lot of these the CD itself is actually dying and everything like that, right?
Right.
So
You're very true. It's very hard to get replacement parts for the CD drive. A lot of people, from what I've been reading in some forums anyway, they try and clean the laser surface, the mirror.
Yeah.
And they end up breaking it. So
Right. It's a very fragile part. So just swapping
It
that
is.
out for the SD loader at this point in the game. I mean, we're talking about 20 plus years out from the launch of the GameCube almost. So it makes sense to switch over to a solid state solution.
Those GC ROM, the replacement ROMs. I've got one for the Dreamcast, and they've got those for the GameCube, the Saturn, a bunch of other consoles. That's the way to go, man, because those you can't trust those ancient CD-ROMs to get the ball rolling. They're not gonna keep up. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, that's the reason why I got it, is because I
And
just
do
wanted
you
to
have
make sure I
a-
still had a working one.
Because Graham, I trust you above all, basically anybody else in terms of like where to get one of these things from. Where did you order yours from?
I ordered it directly from the maker of GC Loader. I'll have to go through my emails to get the website because I don't remember it.
and I think he even sent the screwdriver, right? Because don't you need a special screwdriver?
Yeah, you can
Yeah, so
request the screwdriver if you need it.
Yeah, that's key.
Dave, have you done this before?
Not yet. I got the parts in the other room. I just got 500 projects.
What a stunning
I got-
revelation, Dave.
I got all the gear, just haven't gotten around to it.
Very good stuff, man.
Okay, so the thing I was going to talk about, not the Barbie. We'll start with the books. Just a real quick one. I won't go into this one. Curtis will love this if he's still around. Pick this up.
Oh, you got the CoCo history book.
Oh,
Yep.
Very nice.
Haven't had a chance to read it yet. It's
good.
only just arrived.
That is that's a very expensive volume, isn't it? About $60.
It was $65.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to reading that.
that's more than I paid for my first CoCo. Great.
I can understand. Now, this next section, the next two books, are they're also bitmap books. So maybe we should ask Sam for a bit of a cut for all the free promotions he's getting. This is a book that you can't get at the moment, but I got it on the Kickstarter. And I don't know, is it too?
Yeah, that's good right there. The CRPG book. We can see it great right there, Grant.
I meant to get that, and I missed out on it.
Yeah.
So I
very
was
nice.
fortunate enough to get it hardcover. It's about 500 odd pages, and it dedicates. Here's an example. Here's a game that I know Flack loves. Hang on.
Rogue.
Oh yeah.
Rogue.
Rogue is great.
Heck yeah.
So it goes into a little bit of the history and stuff on that. Sorry that I don't have a second camera like Pix set up.
There's always next ICC, Graham.
Yeah. That's
Then
more
you'll have
money.
smooth video like I have.
I had 3 months to plan to do that, to be honest. So.
Yeah, just more money. Again, another game that I get. So it even has the gold box.
Now, Aaron, you're a huge fan of those gold box games, aren't you?
Pool of Radiance.
Well, Boat. I mean, I liked them back in the day, but it's not like I'm scrambling to get to them now. I mean, that day is past.
There's sure no Ultima series.
Well, the Ultima's the same way. It's just that's too involved for someone like myself.
Ultima's in here somewhere as well. A game that I'm still playing to this day. Hang on.
Diablo 3.
Diablo 3. So it goes all the way up to, I think it's about 2000.
It's funny because I was just watching
2010.
Jason Warren's play Diablo 3 earlier on Discord. So as timely as today, we were just watching him play that. Jason, you want to chime in on how much you like Diablo?
Yeah, like it's probably one of my favorite games. Like I have it on my Xbox as well as on PC. I finished it on Xbox, and I'm just getting ready to play through it again to get refamiliar with the story in anticipation for Diablo 4.
Now, Jason, were you a Diablo fan from the beginning? Did you start out with 1, or did you jump in right at 3?
No, I fell in probably around 2, and enjoyed it from that point on. But I've been a pretty big Blizzard fan as far as some of their releases, like all from Warcraft and that kind of series on forward. So, it was and their Overwatch when you get into their newer stuff as well, right? Played some of that for a while, but I enjoyed Diablo 3 for sure. So Graham, I feel I'm in good company with Graham.
Yeah,
I actually saw a guy ported Diablo to Amiga as well.
Oh, what is that? That's
I played on
Switch Lite,
Switch.
isn't it? Yeah.
Switch Lite, yep.
Yeah, very good.
So it runs like a dream, and I play Witcher 3 on this as well. Both really good games to play on train trips to work and stuff. The second book that I wanted to talk about is also one that you can't get in at the moment, and you have to wait for another rerun. Another Bitmaps book. And it's called The Art of Point-and-Click Adventure Games.
Ooh, that one I do have.
Yeah,
you got that one.
Very fancy.
So it, let me find an example. Let's find. So it has a lot of interviews with the artists in this book. So if that's your thing, and you like to read about the artists and how they came up with certain things, then this book's all for you. So here's an example. So it starts all the way back from the game that's first credited as being the first point-and-click adventure. I don't know how that's looking with all the reflections, but it's a Mac game.
Good.
Yeah. And it's called Enchanted Scepters. I'm sure Kate Fox has probably heard about it.
Anybody in here played that? So we got a couple Mac guys here. Bo, you're a Mac guy. You ever heard of this one?
Heck no, I was much later.
Hey, I tried to give the Mac some love. We need to get Kate in here next time.
Yeah, that's another Mac one that's mentioned right at the start as one of the pioneer games. It's called
Deja Vu. That got ported to tons of different things. So.
That's right. Yeah.
Including
yeah, exactly. It's so here's an example of a game that I'm sure everyone knows.
Oh yeah, now that's one of the seminal scenes. That's when I became a man. Is when I went. To
Once that insert box started hopping up and down.
Is that Leisure Suit Larry?
You became a man.
Yeah, it is.
Good God, I never knew.
Yeah, we were still waiting.
That's right, Curtis.
So what it also has in this book is that if the game was later on remastered, it also shows the updated art for that. So now I'm madly flipping to find. I should have prepared myself a little bit better.
Yeah, I have that problem. Wait, what's in this book again?
Yeah, it's a shopping catalog. Yeah. Anyway, I'll get to it, but you can see that when it starts getting to the Amiga age and whatnot, that the quality of the art is just through the roof. Yeah.
Right.
So that's Space Quest.
What game
5,
is that
I
right
think.
there that you're showing there, Graham?
That was Space Quest 5.
Space Quest 5. Wow. How have we not done any Space Quest games on Amiga or on Amigos, Aaron?
It's when I was doing Windows 3 games last night, the amount of Sierra games that came up was astounding. So it is surprising that we haven't done that many on the Amiga.
We haven't done any. We've never
no,
done
we've done
Quest or
we've
Police
done
Quest
some,
game on
just
Amiga.
not that one.
No.
Well, we've done Sierra games aside
No.
from that. Listen,
We've
you
never done
can't
any-
say no. We have.
No.
No, listen.
Tell
Well-
me one game that we've done, a Sierra game that we've
Well,
done.
I
on
can't
Amigas.
name. We did Leisure
Because
Suit
we
Larry.
haven't.
We did
Listen.
Leisure Suit.
Far request.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Tell the Amigos Game Selection Committee that you want some
Yep.
Sierra games, but
Not a. We can do that.
What is
So
that?
this is a game that I absolutely loved, which
Is
I
that a
played on
goose?
DOS.
They're on the left there. Is that a
It is.
goose?
It's called Loom.
it's not a
Oh, yeah,
goose.
Loom.
Oh
I've
yeah,
heard
this
many-
is a game that involves music
I've
heavily.
never-
is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is one game that everybody says you should play, and I've never played.
No, I
I
adore
believe
this.
I watched 48K play this in the Atari. Hey, 48K, do you want to chime in? You played Loom, didn't you?
I think he's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Well, I believe he played this. I watched someone play it. I think it was him.
So anyway, that's the updated version when CD-ROMs became a thing in DOS. So you can see the fidelity of the artwork is just gone through the roof. And that's the Loom.
I played Loom on TurboGrafx Super CD.
They had
TurboGrafx in there is man after my own heart.
they had Loom on that. I had no idea.
Yeah, it was a
Yeah.
Super CD-ROM 2. Yeah, it was either a
Oh.
duo game or a TurboGrafx Super CD. You needed to
Anything PC Engine or TurboGrafx. That's the one machine I wish that we had in Australia and we never had it. Yeah. So that's that book. And so if you're into adventure games and the art side specifically, it's a fantastic read. There's interviews from about 10 different artists in there. And I believe there's a second edition coming out sometime this year, and it's going to have 40 more pages and a few more interviews. So you can. It also comes with a PDF, so you can you can put your book away and keep it clean or whatever, and just keep reading the PDF or whatever you want to do. And the CRPG book is also good if that's your kind of thing, but just a little caveat, like it won't have games in there that were console only exclusive, so don't treat it as an RPG sort of reference book. So you won't find things in there like Secret of Mana or Dragon Quest or things like that, because they're console only.
It's a very computer-based book, absolutely.
Yeah, it is computer-based book. There is a book coming up this year as well from Bitmap Books, which I've already put down a pre-order for, which is it's about JRPGs, the Japanese.
That's good to know, because I wondered if Bitmap was going for that, computer-only route, because obviously for people in Europe where, consoles weren't as big of a deal, especially in the 8 and 16-bit era, if they were just carving out their niche there and they weren't going to try and tackle some of the consoles that were a bigger thing in Japan and the US. But I'm glad to know that they are. I'd love to see that kind of design put towards the JRPGs and stuff like that. So what's the name of that book, Graham, that you put down money on?
It's and let me have a look at it. Jay, this is me on the fly. Again, I'm not that well prepared.
Yeah, looking at your other books, looks like you're picking winners. So right, I want in on that big thick end. That was a good one.
Yeah, I do have other books around here as well. It's called. Is it a guide to Japanese role playing?
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, guide to Japanese role playing. It's going to be over 650 pages. And apparently it's available from June, July. So, and you can put your email on a form and say, email me when this book's available.
Well, that's pretty inexpensive too for something that huge.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's probably going to cost as much to ship it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's shipping's quite expensive, especially to here with the weight of these books.
I think that's the way it's going to be going forward. Shipping is
Here's
going to
another
cost
one.
more than the item.
Look at that. There's a
Then-
Virgin Fighter 2
Very
guy on that.
fine. Yes, I recognize
Yeah.
all those guys.
Yeah, then this is the visual history of the Neo Geo.
Yes.
Also another bitmap book title, but you know, it goes into
Art of Fighting and King of Fighters, no doubt.
Yeah.
Considering the cover.
So, you know, the art and stuff in this is, you know, top notch.
Very good.
So if that's your kind of thing, that's there. And,
I love that stuff.
And last one is a H.G. Wells book.
Oh,
I've seen
yes,
that in the
yes.
bookshop. Yeah.
Outstanding. What's the scoop on that, Graham?
So this is also a bitmap. Oh, I'm sorry, the reflection is really bad today.
No,
it's fine.
It looks fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's also a bitmap book title. This one is currently available, and it's been illustrated. So it's the full story. You can sit down and read it. I'm trying to get my 12-year-old to read it at the moment. But it also has some history about the radio and, you know.
Have you heard the radio play, Graham?
Yes, I have. Yes.
You know, I'm a big old time radio fan. I'm sure that's well known, and I'm a big Orson Welles fan. I mean, I love Orson Welles, and the Mercury Theater was a very good old time radio theater. It's not the best, but they were very good. And I will say that particular story was pretty convincing.
I
think
freaked a lot of people out, didn't it?
It did. I think it's a little overblown in terms of what I mean. It wasn't like a nationwide crisis.
Here's the thing. It makes for a good story.
But it was a thing, Boat. I mean, it really was, and it also spawned many you know, people that came out and tried to imitate it. But Orson Welles was a genius. Of course, if you've seen Citizen Kane or any of his other movies, that's obvious. But yeah, that's awesome, man. I'm going to see that documented.
Yeah.
Wait, are you telling me that the aliens really didn't come?
Well, that depends on your point of view.
The jury's out on that one.
Yeah, depends on your point of view there.
So what I like about this book, other than it being, you know, hardcover and whatnot, is that it's got old guy font sizes. So I don't have to wear glasses to read it, which is nice.
Yeah, the old OGFS. I love it.
Yeah. And it's all been split into the two books, so book one.
Yep, Coming of the Martians.
And book two. Oops.
Yeah, the Martians.
So it's fantastic.
Very good. I'm surprised to see that.
Oh, no, I'm hoping that they consider doing some more of these.
Yeah, that's awesome. It makes me happy to know that that's traveled the world, because, like, again, as someone who's a fan of old time radio, it's neat that has made its journey. You know, every country had their own old time radio players. I don't know what they had down your way, but Orson Welles, again, they were amongst the best. It was very entertaining, and they fooled a lot of people with this.
When we went to school, other than having the Scholastic Book Club, which was mentioned before, because we had that as well. We used to have this radio show that we used to tune into, which was on the national broadcaster. I can't remember the life of me the name of the show, but it used to actually be a guy reading through some of these classic books. And that's how we got introduced to these types of stories in the late 70s and early 80s, was from these radio programs.
Very awesome. I've told Boat this before. One of my ultimate goals is to someday record my own radio drama. It's one thing I've never done that I've always wanted to do because I'm such a fan. And I've introduced my son to it. In fact, today we went to a drive-in restaurant and we listened to the CBS Radio Mystery Theater. And I'm trying to introduce him to the radio drama. Is great to listen to when you're working or when you're driving.
Are you talking about Farley's in Milton?
Yeah, that's not Farley's anymore. It's a whole different restaurant. But it's great. And Luke, I've introduced him to the CBS Radio Mystery Theater, Suspense, The Twilight Zone. I'm trying to hand it down because there is a certain, they call it the theater of the mind, and I like that. I like that. That makes sense. You need that sort of audible stimulus to get you fired up when you're driving or working. Everywhere I've went, I've introduced people to the radio theater, and they've always loved it, and they didn't know it existed until I showed them. It's a art form that's been lost.
It's funny you say Audible, because that would be the ideal platform for this kind of stuff, to go out to new audiences, you know.
Absolutely.
They
I
are
don't
doing
believe
some of
it's
that.
available on there. They are they? Okay.
Yeah. They're, as with all the streaming services, are now doing their, like, Netflix originals and Amazon Prime originals. Audible are also doing their own originals, but they're more like radio plays and stuff.
I see Buck Owens in the chat.
Nice.
He's mentioned X-1. He's mentioned Dimension X. These are both excellent shows. I would also recommend, Buck, and to anyone that's listening, CBS Radio Mystery Theater, of course. Escape is one I really enjoy. Suspense. The Whistler is a very excellent program. The Mercury Theater, which is Orson Welles Theater. Orson Welles also did voiceovers on a bunch of shows. You can catch him all over the place. Including The Shadow is one that he did. There's also a lot of lighthearted comedies that were radio shows from the 40s and 50s, and even the 30s and 20s. So if you find yourself in the car for an extended period of time, or working on a lot of work where you need something to pass the time, radio theater, it's the place to be.
Yeah. Hitchhiker's Guide
Aaron,
to
the
Galaxy.
national broadcaster up here in Canada, CBC, does quite a bit of radio drama still to this day.
Outstanding.
Aaron, what do you think about the decision for that? There's I think there was a Minnesota broadcaster, one of the public radio stations up there. They've decided to stop broadcasting all of their classic radio because of all of the non-PC language used in some of those old episodes.
Well, I will say, classic radio, you got to understand when this stuff was broadcast. This stuff was broadcast in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and not so much the 70s, except for CBS Radio Mystery Theater. But listen, as with anything, these dramas are based on the times that they were broadcast, and you've got to understand that the social mores of the time are going to be what they use. There's a lot of gangster talk. There's a lot of that kind of crap. But I mean, to be honest with you, overall, I haven't seen a whole lot that would trigger people today to not listen to those classic shows. I think they're mostly safe, but with a few exceptions. Nothing's perfect, but I think these are pretty safe. Most of the time, they go in the area of your gangster stuff, your crime stuff, a little bit of horror stuff, depending on what you listen to. But I don't think there's that much to offend people. None. Zero F-bombs, Boat. Zero. I'm glad you brought that up, Graham. That's good stuff, my friend. I love that. And the good books, Graham once again comes through. Good stuff, Graham. I really enjoyed that. Let's move over, if I can get Zoom to cooperate here. I think I can. We've got a man, a special man. His name is Jack Flack, who always has the good stuff. Yeah, I saw your head turn, Flack. What do you have for us this time around, my friend?
If I had any sense, I'd throw the whole thing away and I would just go get some books off my shelf. That's going over way better than what I have planned. But no, so I always like to pick something a little bit off the beaten path. I try to find something that maybe people haven't seen, or especially some of the people that are just getting into the hobby haven't seen. And so I was kind of inspired for this month's meeting over a post that I saw, and it wasn't on our Discord. It was on one of the Mr. Discords, and it was someone talking about Super Nintendo emulation and how they were excited about the Super Nintendo core on the Mister. And someone said, hey, where can you get where can I get this Super Nintendo game? And then someone just added a link and said, well, here's a link. It's a zip file. It has every Nintendo game ever released, just all in one zip file. And it just kind of made me think back to the old days, like even the old BBS days and stuff, you know, like how mind-boggling that was, that you would get an entire collection of software for an entire console just in one zip file, you know. And I don't know that a lot of people today know how those ROMs came to be, like how did they transfer those ROMs over and stuff like that. So I have a piece of hardware I'm going to show you, but before I show you that, I got to show you a little bit of history. So behind me here, I've done this as bad as possible. I put it as far away from my microphone as possible. So I'll be doing some weird finagling here. Yeah. But here is, this is a Super Nintendo second model. My first model was being a little flaky this morning, Model 1. So this is a Model 2. And of course, this is a Super Nintendo cartridge. You would put a Super Nintendo cartridge into the Super Nintendo, turn it on, and the game would fire up. Everybody knows how that works. Now I have, I believe 6 or 7, what they call, well, just for the Super Nintendo, console copiers, which were devices that allowed you to dump a game, dump the contents of the cartridge to software on your computer. So this is one of those. This is a UFO 6. This is not my favorite console copier. It does plug in just like a cartridge to the Super Nintendo. Of course, I did start drinking 3 hours ago. So.
You can do it. Plug that sucker in.
I'm just gonna push harder. But you'll notice if I turn it on, it doesn't do anything. Nothing comes on because it needs a cartridge plugged into the top of it. It actually uses some of the chips that are in a Super Nintendo cartridge. So if we plug this cartridge in here, and this is Super Battle something.
You know, it's a Super Nintendo cart because the first word of the title is super.
Super, right. Yeah, if you scroll down through the ROMs, when you get to the S's, it's a long list. And so we turn that on, and now you get this menu screen. And so hold on for just a second here. We got some fancy, cool stuff going on here in camera 2 here. And you can see that we get this, well, it's a blinding screen here. I don't know.
Camera 2 looks great.
And if I move this camera, yeah, it's just gonna.
I want to play tennis for some reason.
Be blinded out here, so I don't know if you could make out just, there's a little bit of a menu screen there, and there's some options on this thing. One is to load a game, one is to save this game to a floppy disk. And so you would do these things one at a time. You would get a hold of a cartridge, you would get a floppy disk, as you can see there's a floppy drive built into the side of this unit here, and you know, put these disks in one at a time, and take the cartridge and load it to the disk, and then put it on your computer and play
now
on your emulator.
Was this your first copying device? Was this the first you know, one that you bought?
I actually started with what is considered to be the Cadillac of copying devices.
Really?
Yeah, I bought a Super Wildcard 32, which
and that's where we get all the SWC files that we still have today.
That is, yeah. And so there's, you'll see some different extensions here in a minute. You'll see SFC, which was Super Famicom, which was the original default, and then SMC, which was Super Magicom, which was one of the first early copiers. But since everybody was making their own copiers, everybody made their own format. All these games basically use the same data for the game, but they have different headers, and there are tools to swap the headers to different versions. So you get into some strange things there. But
do you think there are still communities of people that prefer to load their game through these copiers and play on the original hardware?
No, because they all moved to EverDrives.
Okay, that makes sense. Why would you do that if there's an EverDrive? Yeah.
Right, because the only thing you're replacing is this half. You're on an EverDrive, you're still using the original hardware and controllers and all that stuff, right?
Right.
But you're just changing this part, which on this only loads one game at a time off of floppy, and the bigger cartridges wouldn't fit on a floppy. So bigger cartridges, you'd have to span 2 or 3 floppies. So, but anyway, so this gives you this menu system. you could dump this game, like I said, to a floppy, and then you would upload it to a BBS or something. And even back then, some of these seemed really huge. Like, it also gets confusing when you start doing the math, because all the console games back then were rated in megabits. So like the Super Wild Card says 32M, but that was 32 megabits, because the biggest cartridges were 4 megabytes. So 4 megabytes would span across 3 1.44 meg floppies, right?
So what led you to collect these things? What spurred this?
Well, it was kind of two things. Originally I got into it because I was like, woo, free games. Right. And so you buy one thing,
yeah, exactly,
and then you could download all the games, but there was also kind of this elite mentality at the time of, like, you could go rent a game, Blockbuster rented Super Nintendo games. You could go rent a game, you check your local BBS, and if they didn't have it, you could go rent it. And if you had one of these, you could make that ROM and upload it, and then be like, hey, I contributed to global piracy. And so,
put that on your tombstone.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
I put it on your resume.
And then later on, because they did go out of style, like they went, you know what I mean? They were replaced by EverDrives. And, well, originally they were replaced by flash cards, which were similar to EverDrives, but like I have a flash card, but it requires a parallel port, but you would plug it in and flash a game onto it, and it would go loading, and then you would put that one game in there. And then there were flash cards that would hold multiple games. So there was kind of an evolution. And these things, unfortunately, literally most of them were built like in the back alleys of Hong Kong. So they didn't have great QA. So a lot of them died over the years when the belts wore out. Some of them used, they changed the pinouts on the floppy drive, so they didn't work when a normal like PC floppy drive. So there was a lot of reasons where they didn't last and people didn't repair them. So this thing still works, but we have better solutions, better cool things that are out now. And so one of these cool things is a device that I picked up back in, I'm going to check my notes here, in 2010. So I was a backer of a device called the Pandora. And I don't know if anybody remembers that, but the Pandora was...
Oh, yes, I remember it. And you're one of the few I know, yeah.
Yeah.
It was a GP2X. It spawned from that era, yes.
It did, right. It was a Linux-based, but it was going to be an emulation handheld thing. So any emulator that you could get to run on Linux would run on this thing. But there were concerns that, they wanted it to be, there was a faction of people that were backing this that wanted it to be a legitimate handheld. And it's tough to be a legitimate handheld when it only runs illegal ROMs. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So on the forums, on the Pandora forums, somebody came up with this device, and they began working on it, and it was called the Snega 2 USB, SNEGA, which stood for Super Nintendo and Sega 2 USB. And so it was not intended originally to be a ROM dumper. It was intended to be a ROM reader. Yeah. And so what this device was going to be was a actual little box that you could plug cartridges into. There would be a port or some sort of cable coming out that would connect to the Pandora, and you could legitimately play a cartridge with this device.
Yes, well, I remember this.
Yes. So this device evolved, and they finally, in 2010, shipped a product called the Retroed.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you. This is one of the greatest design boxes of all time.
I mean, beautiful.
This thing's a looker.
Exciting.
these
It's a block of
sides.
cheese, isn't it?
It looked like I was like somebody accidentally sent me a bar of gold from Fort Knox. The sides have heat sinks on the side, and it is solid metal case, which it wasn't cheap, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Now, it does have a couple of interesting things. On one end, you see this little retro logo.
Yes.
Now, these were supposed to be there. There was some mix-up. I guess some were stamped, like they actually bought a rubber stamp for the logo, but then when they actually shipped, they silk screened them on there. And then what kind of gives this away is this end, which is a USB port, and the
Yes.
top, which
Yes.
has Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis ports here. Now, if we go over, let's go over here and bring this up here. I don't know if you, hopefully you can see
Yeah,
this
we
all
can
right.
see it.
Okay, good. So if you take this and literally just plug the USB port into your computer, you will see now I have a retro drive here. The drive E has come up. And if you open it up, there's this really curious config file, which tells us a lot of what they had intended to do with this product and what was to come with this product. If we open this up here, there's a lot of these hex codes right here. We have the codes for the buttons for game pads, which is kind of interesting because there's no game pads that connect to this thing. There's a thing here that says keyboard mode. There's NES mode, and it says set to 1 for NES game pads instead of Super Nintendo ones, which is kind of weird. Here's your default ROM extension, which is FFC for Super Famicom. This also, if you have a cartridge that has SRAM on it, it will show this as well. And then down here, there's some weird stuff. Sega ROM extension, and then you have Atari ROM extension, which is A26, which if you've ever messed with Atari 2600 emulators, you recognize that. So there's a lot of weird things in here that this product doesn't really support. It's kind of a strange thing. So we'll go back here to the Retrode. I'm going to unplug it. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in John Madden football.
It's the best.
Right. Literally not worth the disc you would save it on, unfortunately. And we'll plug the USB port back in. You'll see the retro drive open back up. And now this time, in the same drive, we also see John Madden football, FED. I don't know what this means, FED7, if this is a version number or something, I really don't know. .sfc. So this is literally reading the ROM directly from that cartridge over USB. So you think, well, what can I do with that? Well, here's one thing we can do with that. Let me open Super Nintendo SNES 9X emulator, load game. Let's go to the Retro, my E drive, which is that USB. We can still see the ROM here. Double click that. So now we are literally playing a completely legal emulation version here of John Madden football because we're playing it right off of right off the actual cartridge on your PC. So that was kind of the idea that the Pandora people had in mind, was that you could get around, you could skirt this whole piracy issue, because you could say, hey, we're allowing a way for people to play their cartridge, but then the other thing, so let me pull this up here. I got this Retrode. I was writing for a couple different magazines at the time, and I got a review copy of the Retrode. And so I got it in the either January or February of 2010, and they said it's now shipping. And so I referred somebody to it, and they said they're out of sale and they're not making any more. So I think the window of the Retrode was pretty small. and they moved to another product called the Retrode 2. So this is the Retrode 2, which is the more or less the same product. You can see that you have those same two slots in the top. Now this is on a Stone Age Gamer, but don't try buying one. They've been out of stock for about 8 years now. So you have those two slots here, but you'll notice in the front you have joystick ports. You have those Sega Genesis joystick ports, and on the side you have a Super Nintendo joystick port, and there's of course one on the other side. You also have this little clamshell thing that opens and closes, which is kind of nice, because if you notice on the Retrode, there's no covering over the little slots there, and so that's kind of course now I've just thrown the USB cable down here on the ground, so hang on. So this was a much better design. And if you look through Stone Age Gamer's website, you'll find something else that's kind of interesting. If you look at these pictures here, that is a Nintendo 64 cartridge plugged into the Retrode. And so as they went on, they began selling adapters. And you can see there's a Game Boy adapter for this. There's a, let's see, more Game Boy. I know there's a SMS adapter somewhere in here. So it really became kind of this thing where you could plug other things into it right now. This on Stone Age Gamer, the price listed on this, I think, is $79. But yeah, it's $79.99. But it has literally been out for 7 or 8 years, out of stock. If you go on eBay and look, you can find these. I think the cheapest one's about $160, and they go up to about $250. So again, I don't know how many of these were made or how long they were produced, but they seem to be pretty highly desirable for people that are wanting to dump ROMs, which if you're into the emulation scene, for 99% of people, if you say, hey, I want to go get all the Super Nintendo ROMs, you download them, that's fine. I have had people contact me who have purchased prototypes or other unreleased games and say, hey, can you dump this for me? And so that's when having something like this still comes in handy. So I thought the last thing I would do real quick is go backwards. So let's pull, we don't need that yet. Let's pull this back up. Let me get another Explorer window here real quick. Okay. So let's pull Explorer up. Make this big again. And we've got the Retrode plugged in here. Let's go to this PC. We've got the Retrode, and we have our John Madden football here. Now, what else can we do with this? Well, I happen to have a USB floppy drive right here. So we can take a floppy disk. May be able to hear this. I love that sound. And now we can take John Madden football. Again, this is reading it directly from the cartridge. Copy this. Let's go back to the PC. Go back to the A drive. When's the last time you copied anything to your A drive?
It was actually
yesterday.
Yeah, you're in the wrong room to ask that question, Rob.
Not quite as fast as moving it between hard drive partitions here.
It's very slow. Hey, you got a super speed.
USB, yeah. So let's rename this just so that it's 8.3 friendly here. And now we should be able to take this disk out. Now remember, we still have that tank game plugged into the top here. But now this is, I know you can't read this, but it says insert disk here. And then it has, we can just do this. No, just a little too bright here. Trust me, though, a miracle is happening at this moment here.
Are you a big fan of tennis, Rob?
Am I a big
Jurassic tennis, for example?
No, I'm not.
What the
I
hell
think it would
is
be
that?
a fantastic game. You'd have dinosaurs doing tennis.
What? They have little stubby arms. How good could they be?
Only some of them. Only some of them. Some of them got long killer arms.
Pterodactyl's got a mean serve.
So anyway, but you could go. This is just giving everybody vertigo here, so that didn't quite work out. But that's kind of the idea, is that you could. They're the same format. They're compatible, so you could literally take ROMs from that thing and pass them to this, or you could take them from this and pass it back, and all of those are all compatible files that would work with the Mister or any emulator like that. So anyway, that's pretty much what I had. I just thought people might like to see a little bit, when you download, next time you download those ROM packs for your Mister, if you ever wonder where they came from, well, somebody at some point in time in history, somebody pulled that information off of a cartridge.
They all came from Rob. I got a couple. I've got a couple of questions, Flack, if I may.
Yes, sir.
First of all, were you one of the very few purchasers of the Pandora?
No. Well, so
what?
Well, so I pre-ordered the Pandora, and then I waited and waited and waited, and then I had a GP32.
Yeah, I did. I have a GP2X, so I understand.
Yeah. So I was pretty active in that community. I actually wrote some utilities.
I had no idea you were involved. That's crazy, because I was right up in it as well.
Yeah, there was a big problem at the time because the way that the SD card worked, you could only use 8.3 file names.
Yeah.
And people had trouble. So I wrote a utility that would actually convert, directories all to 8.3 and that, and it's still out there if you search it. It's amazing that they're still hosted somewhere. But yeah, so I was into the GP32, and then I skipped the 2X. And then the Pandora, I just thought sounded like the greatest thing.
Yeah.
And then there was some sort of hiccup. I don't remember what the deal was, but they said basically before it went to production, they had to refund everybody's money. Do you remember that? And then you had to
absolutely.
pay again.
Yeah.
And so when they refunded the money, I lost money twice, because I lost the money in the currency exchange. Going over that way, and then I lost like $60.
Yeah,
I lost $30 going that way, and $30 when I got the refund.
Yeah, because it was in euros, I believe.
Yeah, and so then I went to buy it again, and they said, "You owe us another $60," and I was like, "I'm not paying another $60. I already paid the full price."
I'm glad. I'm so glad, because this is something no one knows about, right? Unless you were in that community. The GP2X was from a Korean company. And it was a handheld. It was a great handheld. And then the community, not GP2X, but the community around it decided to make their own handheld console. And the result of that was the Pandora. It had 2 SD card slots and a keyboard. It was going to be the big dog. This thing took years. So if you ever wonder what it was like to source money from your community for a bunch of people that weren't affiliated, and all the trials and tribulations of getting hardware made, it was astounding. It was an eye-opener. I was so glad I was a part of that community. I never bought the Pandora because it was too expensive, and I was worried that it was going to suck or if it was ever going to ship at all. And ultimately, by the time they shipped the Pandora, things had came out that were way better.
Right.
than what they offered.
So, Aaron, how would you compare this to the old CoCo Chameleon?
Well, there is no comparison because this came out. I mean, the Pandora shipped. You know, that's the thing.
It was a real product.
But by the time it shipped, and trust me when I tell you that when it shipped, this thing was like going to be awesome. You know, I mean, Rob can back me up here. This thing, they had a lot of cool plans for the Pandora. Like I said, multiple SD cards that wasn't done at the time, full keyboard on a handheld that wasn't done at the time, plus all the extra hardware they needed to make basically was an updated GP2X. It was going to be a big deal, but it took so long for the guys to get it together, and they took all these pre-orders, and people were the support for it eroded. And you can follow this all on the chat channel on the message board, where people would send. You're talking years of and waiting for your money to come back, and so you had the phenomena where people are like, "Where's my unit? It's been years. Where's my unit? Where's my unit?" You know.
I specifically remember that between the time that I originally invested and the time that they actually shipped, I got an iPhone.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it was, right. And so before it was like, I mean, I had a Nokia 5160, and when I was out in the
like
car, I could play Snake. Right.
Yeah.
I could play Snake or black and white Tetris with the 4 and the 6 buttons.
Right.
So Aaron, let me ask you a question. Bigger disappointment, Pandora or an Amiga?
The Amiga is not a disappointment, actually. It's great. The Pandora wasn't a disappointment either. It's just the problem was, listen, if you're a guy, I know what you're doing, Boat. You're trying to rabble-rouse. I'm ignoring you. But this is a beautiful example. I'm glad this came up because I always want to talk about the Pandora. This was a community. The GP2X was the first handheld gaming console that let you play GBA and even Amiga and a bunch of other stuff. I was playing stuff that no one else could play portably at the time. I mean, this was the cutting edge of portability for gaming. And then, so the guys in that community were like, we need to make the next big thing. And Game Park Holdings, the Korea company, were doing their own thing. And so the people there decided to make their own console. So what happens if the community makes their own console? Well, it's insane. It was an insane time. And at the same time, Game Parks Holding were making their own console, the Wiz, the GP2X, the GP2X
Right.
Wiz.
That was the successor to the GP2.
Correct.
32. Yeah.
And so you had both these coming out, and you've got the community that are providing software for these things, because you got to think these things are effectively totally community driven, and you had to depend on the emulation people, the programmers that were going to make the product for your machine. They were the ones that were driving these things. Because let me tell you something. If you're holding out for a bunch of GP2X or GP Wiz original content, you're boned. It was all about emulation. Right. It was all about that.
Yeah, the GP32, I remember at the time, they were like, okay, you could buy this thing, and then there are 7 games, and they're all in Korean.
Correct, yeah.
Or you can play 1,000,000 ROMs. You're
right.
like, well, that's obviously what I'm buying it for. So the Pandora, because it was, like you said, it was really, it was one of the earliest crowdsourced or crowdfunded kind of things.
It's
that
the first
I remember.
The first one I know about, yeah.
But they knew there was not, like I remember buying Super Nintendo, like when I bought my Super Nintendo and buying the controllers, and it was all so cheap because they knew you're going to pay $50 for a game,
right?
So they were going to make money off the games, but there was nobody in that Pandora thing was going to make money off a game, so you were paying full price for this hardware. And I don't remember if it was $330, $350. I mean, it was something. I mean, it was definitely going to be an investment, but yeah, it just it was one of those things where a bunch of people get together and they go, we should make a thing, and you go, yeah, and then they've never made a thing. And so they run into roadblocks that they hadn't anticipated.
Yeah, and this is listen, I'm not going to hijack this, but I'm glad this came up. This is one of the reasons I'm so impressed with guys like Frank, RetroRewind, and Amigo on the Lake, and any of these guys. When you're delving into the realm of hardware, you really are putting yourself out there. When the Pandora shipped, they had a little joystick issue, right? Well, you're literally a group of guys, and now you've got to support hardware. It's crazy. It's insane. It makes you sick to even try to support that stuff. So anyone that goes into that realm, I give them ultimate praise because it's dangerous just to even think about doing it. And the fact that I hadn't thought about the Pandora for years, and the fact that Flack brought it up, it brings me back to reading those message bases where you slowly saw the support for this item slowly erode over the years it took to actually produce it. And by the time it came out, like Flack said, you had an iPhone, you had other Android-based stuff
that window,
right?
know?
And it's because if it had came out when they had planned for it to come out, it would have been way ahead of the curve. But ultimately, when it came out, it was way behind the curve, and no one gave a damn. It's wacky.
So Rob, when the Copier came out, the SNES copy came out originally, how much did that cost about?
So if you can see at the very, very top of my thing up there, right there's a box right there. And that is the box for my Super Wild Card 32. Well, now I see Aaron. I don't
ignore me. I'm not irrelevant.
But right there is the box for the Super Wild Card 32, which I found out about on a BBS. And it was actually not made by, but it was being marketed and sold by Fairlight. If you remember the Fairlight, the tracking group.
Yeah.
Right. And so I had gone, actually, I went to a really early hacker convention. I went to HoHoCon, which was hosted by the Cult of the Dead Cow guys. And it was in Austin or San Antonio. I think it was Austin. And went down there, and they had a console copier, and I was blown away by this. I was like, wow, I've never heard of this technology. And so they said, hey, call this. So this is literally true. I said, hey, how do you get one of those? And they said, call this BBS. And here's the new user password. And you put in, and you go into the Fairlight area and tell them you want to order one. And so I did that, and it was $300. And I want you to imagine this. This is 1994. They said, I want you to write a money order for $300 and mail it to Hong Kong. And you'll get your thing in 10 to 12 weeks.
If you're lucky.
I can't believe you did that.
I was so smitten with the technology. I was like,
make it payable to cash, please.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
to a PO box.
When I put it in that envelope, I thought I might as well just tear up this money, because there's no way somebody from Hong Kong is. And then sure enough, this box arrived with all these weird stickers on it and stuff, and that was it.
94. That was before you moved to Seattle, right, Rob?
Yeah, long before. Yeah, so this was it probably would have been like January of '95, because HoHoCon took place on New Year's Eve. So right when I got back, I was like, I've got to have this thing, and so I thought that was the only console copier. I didn't realize that it was like, a brand, like Super Wildcard was a brand, and then the 32X was a model. I just thought that was the only console copier. And then, so over the years, then someone said, oh, did you know there's another one? And so everyone, like literally for 5 years, everyone I ran across, I bought. And I probably have 20 maybe console copiers, but the Super Nintendo ones were the easiest ones to find. Super Nintendo, and I don't know if it's because of the technology that
is the bulk of your console copier collection Super Nintendo ones?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I probably have a dozen, and then I have 3 different Nintendo 64 copiers. Which again was the same thing. It was, I mean, now at that point it was ordering them online, but I just love that technology, and so, and what was funny about the Nintendo 64 was the games were so much bigger that the old technology didn't work. So the first copier that I got for the Nintendo 64 uses zip disks, which, by the way,
oh, here we go.
I don't have the copier in here, but this is zip disks and a USB zip drive. And guess why I still got that in here?
Click, 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 click.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And so, and then right after that, then there were one called the CD 64 that the Nintendo 64 sat on top of, and it had a CD tray.
Yes.
And they were like, oh, you could put every Nintendo 64 game on only 4 CDs, and you would put them in there and scroll through these lists. And it would go like screen at a time, you know. But
Did you
yeah,
have
just
one of
always-
these, Rob? The CD?
I have them all. Yeah, sure.
How hard? I mean, listen, were you that impressed? Did you pirate this stuff? Listen, let's call it what it is. It is piracy. Were you pirating this stuff because it was awesome or because you could?
He was archiving for the future, Aaron.
Oh, come on. No, come on. Give me this great scoop here, Rob, because I know the answer already.
All you people with misters, you're welcome.
Oh. It's a power thing, isn't it?
No, it was you know, the thing, like I do collect a lot of things, and not software, but like I remember as a kid, like when Star Wars figures first came out and they said there's only 12. And so it was that finite number, you know, like you were like, if I got those 12, I got it all. And then they were like, oh, we're making 4 more. And then 4 years later, they're like, oh, you know, that one guy that was standing behind Jabba for 3 seconds, we made that guy. Oh my God, you know. But that, you know, with the especially once a console came to its end, like the production run, and they would say, hey, there's only 700 Nintendo games or however many, you know, Super Nintendo games or whatever, then you're like, oh, you'd have that many. But I don't know, there was something about that I think what I liked about that technology was that you were taking something physical, you know, you're taking this cartridge that you know, you were like, well, how could you get this, you know, without this piece, of course, but you're like, how do you get this in your computer? Like, how do you play this? And you'd see these emulators that had ROMs, but you're like you didn't know. And then once somebody showed me that hardware, I just became fascinated with it. So I have one copier called a multi-game hunter, which does Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, and it's modular. So all the pieces like plug and unplug for different what you're trying to connect it to, and those were pretty expensive at the time. But like I said, the value of them, I don't know if they've gone up or down in value. I mean, I don't get them because of value, but I just get them because they're interesting. But what's funny is that even now they have the same value, even though most of them don't work anymore. You know, the belts have rotten, or you know, I mean, like I said, this is not like you were getting it, you know, some top tier, like, you know, it's not a bunch of guys in lab coats in some back scientific room putting these together. I mean, it's, you know, literally they were just slapping these things together. And God, you know, I remember when that thing arrived, I was like, if this thing breaks, I'm in trouble. You know, there was no tech support for that. You weren't calling some guy in Hong Kong. I mean, that was it.
No, I have
a question for you. Did you have any of the hardware copiers for the 8-bit computers back in the day too? Because I know like the Apple had one. I know the CoCo had one where you could actually get it to dump a memory into a disk if you had some copy protection you wanted to not bother trying to figure out.
We did. There was a board for the Apple II. I think it was not Copy 2 PC or something like that. So, so we did have a board. I remember for the Apple that would let you copy things that you couldn't normally copy. But then, you know, I moved on to the Commodore.
Can't fall asleep.
And I have, you know, all the flash cartridges, you know, for the C64. I mean, the final cartridge and Super Snapshot and all those. And
did you was the SNES the first cartridge copier that you bought? You didn't have like a C64 cartridge copier before that one, right?
No, I mean, I definitely had those C64 ones earlier, but they're not really they're not a cartridge copier. They're a memory dumper, you know.
Okay.
So
yeah, that was like our master key on
like
the
the pill
CoCo
for the Atari 8-bit computers.
Yeah,
Remember
so
that
you would
one,
load
Aaron?
a game into memory, and it was like the least technical thing. I mean, literally, you would press a button.
Yep.
And it would save.
It's a lot
it to the
easier than
disk.
going through and trying to figure out bootloaders and all that other crap.
Yeah, and then if you were me, if you were 12-year-old Jack Flack, then you download some intro thing to attach an intro. It's like, I cracked this game,
Yep.
you know, because
we did that too.
Like you literally should put a scroll. It's like I pressed the button on this one, you know, but
Yeah.
you know, when you're
There was the Promenade for the 64, which was an EEPROM reader that, I mean, if you opened up your cartridge, you could actually dump it, and you could use the 64 to dump it itself.
Yeah, and I have
I've got one here somewhere.
I have a and I never got it to work. I got it for free, like in a box of stuff. But there was basically it's a similar device for the Atari 2600, and you could basically, it was a cartridge that would fit into the thing, and you could basically flash games through this system. You would plug in a game and it would read things, and there was EEPROMs or whatever, but it never worked by the time I got it. So and like I said, I didn't pay for that. I bought some other stuff and it came with it, but I would love to figure that out now. Although, like, I mean, now we're at a point where you could spend, I don't know, it's more about the challenge than it's like, you know, you can buy an Atari game for $1. So spending, you know, $100 to get this thing to work is not really about the ROMs. It's just about messing around with it.
It's funny though, if you think about it, because listen, we talk about BBSs. That's a bygone era, for example, right? There's a lot of stuff that is a bygone era, but piracy of a cartridge console. I mean, now you can log on the internet, you can download all this stuff easily. But back in the day, when you were pulling this stuff off these carts, Rob, for example, and some of you other guys, you were the pioneer. That you were the guy pulling this stuff off maybe for the first time, and it was a big deal. You know, this is an aspect of gaming that has gone on by the wayside. Like, there's no one bragging about copying Cyberpunk, for example. I mean, that's all here. I mean, there are groups doing it, whatever, but I mean, not using wacky gizmos like you used back in the day. Or you know a guy. We all knew a guy, right, that knew how to do this stuff. Or we were the guy, right? And so those wacky hardware extensions like you've got, Rob, will we ever see that sort of thing again? I don't know.
You know, it seems to me like it kind of died out. Like, I mean, the end for me was mod chips. And I remember, like, you know, I got big into the original PlayStation mod chips, you know, and the first ones were you had to solder 4 wires.
Yeah.
And I was not, I mean, I literally learned how to solder modding PlayStations. That was all. I'd never done it before, but you would tin the little wires, and I was like, I could do this. And I remember when the PlayStation 2 came out, and I ordered a mod chip, and it goes, here's the 29 wires.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't do that.
That was the experience I had with the Wii. It was like, here's your, before the soft mod came out, they're like, here's your mod chip. I was like, holy crap.
And I think that's the cutoff right there is the soft mod, you know, and all, or, you know, devices that you plug in or exploits that are on, and it kind of replaced all that, you know, old school, the hardware stuff. So, you know, it falls into, I'm a big fan of reading about and they're mostly failures about security through obscurity. Right. And which is, of course, like I have copy protection, like releasing CD-ROMs for the Sega Saturn, and you go, well, we don't have to put any copy protection because nobody has a CD-ROM burner.
Yeah.
And then 2 years later, you're like, oh, well, that didn't work. And so it's kind of the same thing. Like you go, well, nobody, I mean, you know, I'm sure these guys, Nintendo's like, well, nobody could plug this into their computer. And then these guys in Hong Kong are like, oh, watch this, you know, and then I'm mailing off money orders.
It's funny because I just saw a thing earlier yesterday where they have finally, after I think it was 27 years, they have found a way to soft mod your PS1. I also did the chip. I can't tell you how many PS1s I modded over the years. Many, including in the past couple years. This was still a thing where people want their PS1s modded to play backups. And I remember the first time I did it, this is when you could go out and rent a crap load of games for the PS1. You take it back to your pad, you dupe those suckers, bam, and then you're golden, right? Because that's the way it was done. And they finally have, after all these years, they finally found an exploit to soft mod them. And it was, you know, can anyone in the forum here that did this sort of thing? I'm guessing a good chunk of you did. You know who you are. It gives you a rush. To me, it did. You got a rush when you did this. You're like, I mean, the games were irrelevant. Sure, oh crap, I can copy Wipeout or whatever, but that wasn't the point. The point was you could do it, and you could tell your buddies, hey, I can do it. I can set you up, son. And I spent more time modding consoles than I did actually playing the games that I modded the consoles to play.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's any one of us that hasn't spent more time setting up a front end for MAME, Hyperspin, etc. That spent more time doing that than actually, when you get down to it, once everything is set up, actually using it.
But that's software, Boat. When you get to the hardware element, there's a real, because not everyone can do that. That requires a certain amount of jack.
Yeah.
Some people
that's what all you guys tell yourselves, at least.
Boat, have you ever physically modded a console?
Listen, I've modded everything you can think of.
Name 3
myself.
things that you've modded.
He mods them into oblivion, though. That's the problem.
But I will say this too, like I remember, with the PlayStation. I mean, there was a point where it was getting bad in my life. There was a local video place that would let you rent. They had Tuesday night 99-cent rentals, and I was like, how many games could I rent? They said 5, and then it went up to 7, and I would drive 20 minutes, and I'd walk out with this stack of CDs and go home and just be like burn. But the thing was, like what you said, I never played them. And it was just saying now I've got 20, now I've got 50, and the game that the ARG or the Team Speaker regulars, the Shell Shock game, which is a $6 game.
Yeah,
I've played that more than all this stuff that I downloaded over the years. And it's funny. It's like when you buy a game or you buy an album and all this, and it took me a long time, or a book, to really realize this was that once you're vested in that way, it means more to you.
It's the fact, and I bet a lot of people can understand this. It's not the actual accumulation of software. It's the actual liberation of the software that is the charge. That's what did it for me. Or
just knowing you can do it.
Exactly. Clued in some more dim buddies. It's like, listen, sucker, you could go buy that like a chump, right? Or you could come to the big daddy who will set you up because I've got mojo. I've got the power to take care of business. And when people came to you, like your big dong, they come to you because you've got the secret knowledge. And that's what made it fun.
Yeah.
For me, anyway.
They didn't come to me physically, but then eventually they came to my BBS, right? Because then you went, okay, well now I can make, I could copy my own Super Nintendo ROMs, or I could, and once you could do it, then you could trade with the people who did it. And then somebody would say, hey, I've got 5 games, and you would go, well, I've got 200. So I'm not calling you, you call me.
That's right.
And now it's on mine.
Send me a $300 money order.
That's right, man.
Please.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
That's something that we probably won't see that sort of thing again. But to this day, if I can come up with some sort of angle, I exploit it, not because I give a crap, just because I can still get that feeling I used to get back in the day where you're running the roost. I love that feeling. It's a great feeling. Now, Flack, I read your book Commodore, and when you talked about the massive tomes of C64 software you had lined up, that's what I'm talking about, man. When you look on your shelves, you've got all that stuff, you're the man. And people have to come to you. It's like the Dawn and Godfather. That's what I like about it.
Well, yeah, there was a certain point where like you said, when someone had the games that you wanted, you had to go to their house, which at that time, a lot of it was like me talking to my mom, like, hey, will you drive me over to this stranger's house and then wait outside to make sure I don't get killed? And and I'm going to take, $500 worth of hardware, disk drives and stuff in there. But then eventually, when you had all the discs, then the people came to your house.
Yeah, well, when you're getting your mom to drive you to the guy's house, that's the seedy underbelly of being King Dong. You don't talk about that.
That's having an accomplice, I think, is what it's called.
That's right.
Prince Don.
Very good. Well done, Flack. Excellent work there. Now listen.
I have a more basic question.
Yeah,
for
please
you.
go. Go ahead.
So I know the EU SNES and the Japanese SNES and the uglier Sin NTSC SNES, but what the heck have you got behind you? Because I've not seen that one before.
This is, I believe that this is the second release of the US one. So it's a slightly
But it's still got the purple on it.
it
but that's
does, yeah. So it still
Good
has
eye.
the US color scheme, but it's, as you can
That's
see,
a
it's
strange
much,
one.
Yeah. It's
scaled
like halfway
down.
between the two,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's the Super Nintendo, the second run that they made. Towards the end of both the NES and the Super Nintendo, they released a cut down model. Now,
I didn't realize that existed.
Yeah, the NES model of that, the top loader didn't actually have AV out; it only had RF out. The Super Nintendo model did include that, however.
Yeah,
Very
so
good,
the,
Boat. Very good.
you know what? Apparently, I bought this locally from Game Exchange.
How many Super Nintendos do you have, Flack? Let me ask.
Well, I went through at least 3 before I found a working one
There
today. I can tell you that.
There you go. Well,
if you
you
check
got-
my Twitter stream, there's just pictures of me pulling crap out of tubs trying to put together a working system.
Well, good. You got some projects for the upcoming winter. Well,
I certainly do.
Very good. Very good. Excellent stuff, Mr. Flack. Now listen, I don't want to overhype this, y'all. Okay, as you know, we're drawing late in the game, but I have saved someone with a presentation so epic and monumental that it can't be overstated. A man, he had to go on last because you know it's top shelf. You know it's going to blow your mind. From Arizona, I give you the genius that is Dave. Dave, what do you have for us tonight?
Well, thank you for that excellent intro. I hope to live up to that.
Yeah, you know you will.
Before I start the presentation, I'd like to say thanks to Boat for your fantastic Mr. stuff. I've got all my parts here ready to go. I'm waiting on the memory cards, but that's been a fantastic series. I've been watching that. That's great. I bought all the junk, and I'm going to be Mr.'d up. Very exciting on that front. So that being said, let's jump into what I wanted to share today. So much like last time when I showed someone else's work, again, I'm going to show someone else's work again today. I'm a big fan of gaming. I'm a big fan of gaming on the Amiga. You know what I really love gaming on the Amiga? With other people. How do you do that? AmigaLive. I believe he's in the Twitch channel watching. I did kind of warn him that I was going to be talking about his product. Please be sure that any falterings are on me and not on the software. It's fantastic. So first off, AmigaLive, what is it? Where do you get it? All the good stuff. Let's see if I can share my screen.
Hopefully, have better luck than I did.
Can anybody see that?
I see it here.
Yeah, it's showing on the Twitch stream. It's kind of tiny. AmigaLive.com.
I don't know how to make it bigger.
Oh, it's not you.
So
No,
anyway,
I think only Aaron has to resize
guys,
the OBS input.
So this is where you want to go to start off to get it, right? AmigaLive.com. We'll put some links in the channel and everything like that, right? Gives a fantastic notation, all your requirements, everything like that. You simply go to the download section and download the version you want, Windows, Mac, and Linux, right? It's a self-contained application pretty much, right? So once you download it, you just extract it, right? You get the AmigaLive zip. You just extract it to a folder. In my case, I've got it right in here, and you launch it. And everything you need will be inside of there. Let's see if I can make this a little bigger. This is the main screen of AmigaLive. Let me see. I worry if I just share that, it's going to be difficult when I switch to other things. So I'm going to show you. Just let me start off with giving you an intro to the top screen, right? Or the pull down menus, if you will, right? You can reload settings, save settings, hit your default settings. Edit, don't bother there. Game lists. I prefer just using the server games. Local games, that's stuff you'd have local. Don't worry about that. Makes it easy here to add or remove games from your favorite, as well as manage your favorite list. There are save states. I haven't played with the save states. Visual options. This just kind of changes backgrounds and enables the scan lines. If you want scan lines, I don't even bother with any of that, right? There's various links to everything you could want here. AmigaLive Twitch stream is fantastic. This guy's all the way, always streaming something. Fantastic stuff, right? So the big thing with using AmigaLive, or at least one of my challenges, was using my controller, right? What you got to do is you got to make sure you select the X. In my case, I'm using one of these. What is this? A Logitech USB joystick. Works fantastic. You select X input controller. What you want to do is you want to select the More Options button, and you want to do your controller setup. Right? When you click on the controller setup, it will walk you through the instructions, right? But you actually have to do this, right? So if you click on this button here, right, it says open the FUSA launcher, click on the Amiga button and select settings, right? So I click on the button right here, right? I click on this button right here, right? And I go to settings, right? And then I click on the controller, right? Number 2, select controller, double click to select your controller. In my case, it's the X input, right? And you would simply click on the button. I think it's right here. You click on the button, right? Not on the button. You click on the description, and then you click on the button you want and match it, right? You just map all your buttons. I do these 4, and I do these 4. I don't bother with nothing else, right? Hit save. Close it. Close this and close this, right? That's all the configuration you have to do, right? Now let me walk you through the various menus right here, right? So up here top, you've got all the games that are available to you, right? So you look through the games. When you see a game that you might be interested in, right? You click on it. You kind of get some information about the game. You get some screenshots, right? I like Stunt Car Racer. I'm a big fan. I'm really horrible at it.
I hate that game.
Actually got the. I'm sorry?
No, never mind.
Ignore Boat. He's an idiot. That's a great game, Boat. Jeff Kramer. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dave.
So now if you were to click the button right here, it might do stuff, right? But before you click that start button, you want to check and see what your local settings are, right? You've got a play offline button here, right? If you just want to play some Amiga games, just download this and click the play offline button and go, right? If you wanted to play online, you would uncheck that. You would select the number of players for this game, right? It says up in the descriptor usually how many players, everything like that, right? From there, you would select your server location. He's got servers all over the world. You'd have to work out with whomever you're playing with, right? Are you closer to the Central? Are you closer to New York? Everything like that. I get a pretty good, once you select the server, right, you'll get a little ping time thing. I usually do. We'll see. There's also the net play name tag, right? In this case, there you go. There's my ping. You saw that. I use DJZ. It's my initials, right? Now you can check this box to auto join the next game start, but nobody ever might start a game, right? If multiple people were trying to join the game, right? Let's say me and Aaron were going to play. I would start the game up here. Once I started the game, Aaron would see the server location. If we had the same server location and the same game, he would then see the games available to join, and he would highlight the join game button. Prior to joining, you got to make sure you select the X input controller. Remember, because you just selected that one, right? So in this case, if I wanted to play offline, let's switch real quick because what was the gentleman's name? He said he wanted to play Bubble Bobble. Thomas, you said you were having a problem playing the Bubble Bobble, I believe, right? So I just downloaded this. So I believe he's got Bubble Bobble in here. Bubble Bobble, Tiny Bobble. Just go ahead. And now again, I'm playing offline in this, and you just hit start. This is so amazing. I've played hours and hours and hours on this. I hope my screen is still coming in here.
Yeah, we can see it there.
Yeah, it's all good.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's especially good to play Air Taxi with 5 guys.
There's so many fun games, man. And
Do you do better
these
in
things-
that than you do in Shell Shock?
Yeah, no, maybe not. But I didn't actually fall asleep.
Oh.
And away we go. Can you guys hear the audio?
Yeah, we can hear it, man. We can see it.
It's fantastic, man. All I don't know how it could be any easier to play any game than this. And I'm telling you, man, until you start, there's some strange games that I ain't never seen that are made for multiplayer that are so much fun. And you know, one of the best times I had, because I don't know if you guys know this, right? But the Amiga can actually emulate other computers, right? And he's got some stuff in here, man. Me and him played a Commodore 64 emulator. We were playing a 64 game. It was fantastic. I don't remember where it was in here, but somewhere in here, you would simply select the Commodore 60. Maybe it's under C for Commodore 64. He's got an emulator. Like I said, I feel like I'm totally doing him a disservice in my explanation for this, but I think if anybody enjoys gaming, enjoys Amiga, you got to give this a shot. You got to give this a second shot. I mean,
Dave,
AmigaLive is awesome.
Dave, how do you explain the fact that every time me and Boat, for example, try to use this during a Amiga-thon, it goes tits up instantly, and it's a complete disaster. What do you
There's
blame for that?
always someone that has a problem.
Well, the problem is that everybody has to have a rock solid internet connection to get this thing to work. So when you're playing with one other person and you both have great internet connections, it goes great. But as soon as somebody stumbles, then everybody stumbles.
I've played with 8 people, some of them in the UK. A lot of it is about selecting the right server location and making sure everybody does have a good ping. That is correct, right? But
and being on the same version as well.
Yeah.
You got to be all be on the same version. It's fantastic though. I've had so many. There's so many crazy games on here, but there's so many classics, right? Double Drive. I mean, I was never a big double here emulator, right? So you could hop on here and play Apple.
What's that emulator NES? Fire that up. I want to see what's on that.
Yeah.
Oh,
NES games.
You're
it's
pushing the envelope,
fantastic.
Boat.
No, it works fantastic. I've done it. Maybe not the NES. I've done other emulators. I haven't been able to break it. Let's put it that way.
Oh.
And I do nonsense. I'm Mr. Nonsense.
You are.
Should never say that when you're doing something live.
Yeah.
Cool.
No.
Look at this. Have you seen this before, Aaron? This is the
No.
Nintendo Entertainment System.
I haven't
emulated
fiddled
on the
with
Amiga 1200.
Amiga Live. After our various stream efforts, I kind of walked away in horror.
You always hated Amiga Live.
No, that's not true. I'm fully for it. I want it.
Listen, I've tried to win you over on this thing.
Don't throw me under the bus, Boat. You love hate and hate everything else.
Sort of.
So, did anybody got a favorite? You're a NES man, aren't you?
Punch Out.
Punch Out with a P. A B C D L M N O. No Punch Out.
What?
How about
Mike Tyson's Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Not Barbie, Graham.
Barbie.
Are you kidding me? I'm never gonna live this down. You played Barbie
Mike
for one
Tyson's
time.
Punch Out.
How about Super Mario Brothers?
Oh,
I heard of
going for a
that.
classic.
Nothing.
Nope.
Nothing.
No. Smash TV.
Load Runner. Load Runner.
Load Runner.
Was Load Runner on the NES?
I think. Yeah, absolutely.
No.
How about
no
just
Load Runner.
click something?
Yeah. We used to
pick your favorite, Dave.
No, just keep going through the list. I'm sure something.
Let's play a Barbie game.
Yeah, was there ever a Barbie 2 game? That would work.
Barbie. Smash TV Barbie.
So what are you doing here? You're emulating multiplayer NES. That's what we're looking at here.
Where's the real life 1200 bridge board, Frank?
He's
When you gonna make
emulating an emulator, is what he's doing.
What is what's that mess underneath the 2 guys there? Is that?
Listen, you ignore that.
That's a little
you only played the
corruption.
top third of the screen.
Is that? That's how we do it, Boat. That's the Boat way.
I don't know what button to press to start the game.
Start button.
So
There is no start button on a joystick for the Amiga.
Oh.
you have to
What do you think
remember when I mapped my if I go back to my options on my controller setup.
Good point, Brock.
I did not set up stuff, right? So under my controller setup, I didn't set up. I did not set up buttons for NES.
Oh,
that's my fault.
That's the identical.
So Boat threw you a curve. Is what you're saying?
He
Welcome to
threw
my
me a
world.
curve, yeah.
Welcome to my world, pal. Every week. That's the Boat way.
Yeah.
Fire up your favorite, Dave. What do you like playing on Amiga Live?
Oh, Stunt Car Racer. I played that. That's my favorite. I don't know enough of the game names. There's this one where you kind of run around, and there's 5 or 6 guys. I am a Rampage fan. Rampage is enjoyable. There's so many games. There's a Double Dragon, kind of a knockoff game where 5 or 6 guys can get in there.
How about skid marks?
WHD loads.
Skid marks. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I played skid marks.
If only. And this we're moving into the realm of.
Aaron, you threw him over.
And we're moving into the realm of wishes here. But if only there were a multiplayer Lionheart we could get into, then you'd be talking. That could have saved the Amiga.
What would the second? What would the second player? Who is Lionheart's sidekick? Who's the Scrappy Doo of the Lionheart?
I would assume it'd be like Tiger Boy. I would my guess. Yeah.
Puma boy.
Puma guy. Yeah, you're right. You're something like that.
Fairlight.
So what are we loading here, Dave?
Skid marks. Somebody requested skid marks.
That was me.
There you go.
There's that famous skid marks, menu option.
What is it with the menus on these games?
Listen, when you write in Amiga, when you
Connect?
write in Amiga Basic, this is what you get.
Are you kidding
I
me,
don't know.
Bone?
I don't know how to play this game. Do I just close this thing?
Click the big button at the bottom.
I'll tell you what I do.
Instructive,
I
Boat.
click around until the game starts.
Yeah, that's the Boat way.
That's the
Can you hear
slightly
it?
different in the original.
We can hear it, dude. Yeah, man.
Because you get a
AGA.
Yes, you get a thing at the start that allows you to dial up people as well. That's what that interface was.
Yeah, some of this is my hey AmigaLive.
AmigaLive in the house to see his software demonstrated.
I hope I don't break nothing.
Yeah,
man.
don't let him down, dude. You can.
I will say that I do prefer this massively.
I am the yellow
over
car.
skid marks.
Well, this looks.
Yeah, this is.
Are you playing with other people, Dave? Or are you playing?
No,
with...
no. I have no friends, right? But we
what?
can set that up.
I have no friends either.
We're all
It's
your
okay.
friend, Dave.
Get that paired on the stream.
Except for Bone, he's questionable. I'll admit
But
that.
yeah. I mean, you wouldn't believe the responsiveness. I am. This is all lack of skill, not lack of game. And I played this with 5 or 6 guys, man. This is a fun one. Skid Marks 2.
I'm gonna remember that.
I
It's
mean,
lack of skill, not lack of game.
Yeah, that's.
I'm using
that's
that
Dave's
one.
mantra.
I'm using that one. Sorry, Dave.
That's what
What
I.
about show me Street Fighter 2, Dave?
Are you kidding me, Boat? Why that?
Because it's I mean, if you're gonna,
You're
check out the
hanging
best
Dave
game-
out to dry here, Boat.
No. It's gonna work. It's gonna be fantastic, man.
It's
I haven't
gonna
been
be a
able to break
disaster,
much.
Dave. That game's horrible.
No. It's all good.
And your phone's ringing. It's over.
That's okay.
Your
that's
friends are
good.
calling you. They want to join up. In Street
Yeah,
Fighter 2
there we go.
awesomeness.
The dogs or the bird haven't attacked me. We got action here.
Dave,
Us-
we could actually play some games.
Yeah, get in there, Edvin.
Yeah. I can fire one
He'll
up.
be the next
Fire one
TeamSpeak irregulars. Will be
Edvin's
nothing but Amiga Live.
Yeah, that's right. Edvin's I bet he's a Blanca guy. That's my guess.
Yeah. Whatever.
He'll
a lot
bite
of
you.
this is like-
Don't think he won't bite you.
I don't know what the buttons to play. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Well, I mean, really, you're not going to have enough buttons for what you need. I can tell you that.
There we go. Go to the joystick. Let's see.
It's
how
software
this-
for starting games.
I think I can speak for all the people in chat when I say we want you and Edvin to beat the hell out of each other for our amusement. Please.
So, Dave, if you start a game,
Yeah, I'm killing it out. Killing it
What?
out. No,
What?
what server are
You, wanted,
you on?
you said you wanted players.
Yeah, what server are you on?
Where are you at? You're over in
In
It's
Europe?
Norway.
I hope
Europe.
everyone's
How about
appreciating
England?
this in the chat. This is a
we'll
live
try,
demonstration
Europe,
of Amiga
Germany.
Live.
And those always go smooth.
Yeah.
Curtis, when's the
Germany.
CoCo live coming
I
out?
was just going to ask that, Aaron.
It's being worked on a couple of fronts. So
you're kidding me.
I'm at about a 200 ping, but I'm going to do
well,
it
you saw the
anyway.
Legends of Alcaron demo, didn't you?
Well,
network
how could we miss it?
Bo, you didn't see that, you liar.
It was just on last week's CoCo Talk we were showing it on. So
Bo was passed out by the time that came out. I can tell you that right now. So right
by
now,
the way, Aaron, before you end the stream here, I do want to try just doing a share screen again because I actually found out I was running an older version of Zoom.
What?
And that might have been causing part of the problems.
Curtis!
I thought it updated it, but I missed it. Oops.
What the hell happened? We'll get back to you after Dave hooks up.
I'm not going to do the whole presentation. I just want to see if I fixed
the
it.
whole thing. That's the way we do it.
Then everybody after Curtis has to go. again.
This is why I reserved the meeting schedule till 10 because I knew there'd be some antics. So now, getting back to this, Dave, you are currently trying to hook up with Edvin. Is that correct?
Yep. Yes, sir. He's already hooked up with Edvin.
Listen, I've got to see this work. I've got to see this.
Seen the video.
Joystick.
I hope you people in chat understand what you're seeing here. You're seeing Dave and Edvin go at it mano a mano.
In two different continents.
And 2 different continents. They're literally world warriors. What do you think about this boat? He's passed out.
I think what we're seeing is Dave and Edvin having a hard time deciding what controller.
No.
to use.
No, it's just not just normal. You ready?
Yeah, I'm trying.
I don't know what button. Okay, you got to hit the X button.
X button. Well, I'm pressing every button.
That's
Try
right.
the A button. You got to hit the button. It's all.
It's the every button. The every button does it.
Either that or the other button.
You got it, Berserker.
He didn't configure his controller.
Damn it. I'll press F12 to see.
Edvin, just ram your head repeatedly into the keyboard. That's the way I usually do it. Oh, no.
I'll try that.
Don't hit that
I call
button.
that the Tanya Harding.
That's
give it a big smack.
You need a lead pipe and a
I'm
toady.
so sad. This was all work until we went intercontinental.
The lack of skill, not the lack of game.
Yes,
fuck off, man.
yes. I am strong on that one. Am I gonna restart?
No, just 2 seconds. I'll try to configure the. I have the X input. Let's see.
Edvin's quickly writing a shim to get the joystick to work.
It works a lot better when you configure it up front.
How many Edvin Wises have you consumed tonight, Edvin, if I may ask?
Hey?
Yeah, so let's not
That many, huh?
Just the software.
Yeah, let's do it once more then.
Restart.
Never play online games with a guy who literally brews his own booze.
Yeah.
Is Jacob back with you, Edvin, or did he retire for the night?
He's probably getting his kids to bed.
Is he a big Amiga guy? Does he have some Amigas at home?
Oh yeah, he was a big one in on the music thing.
Oh, really?
Woebcke, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. You got to have him submit some stuff for Amigathon this year for the creative competition.
Yeah, maybe.
Or Doug's battle. Always good.
Okay, we'll try once more.
AmigaLive gave some advice about possibly hitting F12 and pick the keyboard and play with cursor keys and
You
right
know what?
control.
Very good,
I was
Curtis.
hitting the wrong controller. God damn it.
One thing I'm concerned with.
I had 2 identical ones.
Look at the
One
amount of
for the-
icons that Dave's got
One
running
for
simultaneously.
the Raspberry Pi and one for the Amiga. God damn it.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Dave, what do you got running down there?
We
My
got
God!
We got the Google Drive. We got
You
the
got
Discord,
60
we got-
icons, dude!
Java update.
It's all proper.
It is?
One of us knows what I'm doing.
I've never seen that many icons running at once. My mom didn't have that many icons running at once.
Malwarebytes,
No,
Google Drive,
He's got it all.
OneDrive.
The Java update is the classic.
Java update for.
You got to have that Weather Gator app up there running too.
Where's Bonzi Buddy? What was it?
Hey.
Bonds. You're killing me.
It's 94 in this house.
Edvin, you got to play. Did you press number? There we go.
And this is where ICC goes off the rails.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, when you got that many icons running, God knows what, Dave. Where is he transmitting? Who knows? It's everywhere.
Player 2's ready. Player 1, come on.
Come on, Dave.
Hit
Come on, Dave.
I just gotta hit
Left
the right
shift,
button.
just
Hey.
left
X.
shift.
You gotta hit X.
X.
Yes!
Hey!
Yes!
We're on.
I'm gonna get
Oh.
another beer.
Yeah, you better get a couple. I would get a couple while you're up if I were you. Look at this, Dave. You picked Chun-Li. I like it. That's my chick, man. My motto in fighting games: always pick the cutest one.
Okay, so this is where we start the sweepstake.
Here we go. I hear things. Oh man.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna just go all over the buttons.
Hey,
Well,
Seems to be
Dave,
working for you, Edmund.
I'm knocked out here.
the Amiga version of Street Fighter 2. It's crap.
This again is lack of skill, not lack of game.
Well, listen, when you're playing a C-rate fighting game like Street Fighter 2, not like a real fighting game like Killer Instinct.
You told us to play this game.
Are you kidding me, Bo? Killer Instinct, you hosehead.
Yay!
But yeah, you could see
You're
two
right,
yahoos just got online and played this in 4 seconds, man.
You know,
This thing
Edmund whooped your ass, by the way.
Well, well, this ain't no Ultima.
I'm a big man. He's a small girl.
Well, listen, I don't think any of us are going to disagree with that statement, Edmund. But still,
Hey.
he's a small bearded woman. I agree with that. Then what a beard.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh. Come on, man.
Listen, I don't want to say that this thing has a low frame rate, but I can physically sketch each frame that I'm seeing here.
Well, I
And I'm
think
not a
that's
great
just
artist.
the internet. It looks fantastic on my screen,
Yeah,
man.
on my
When you're
screen as
playing,
well.
yeah, that's just the network, man. I'm telling you, yeah, it looks fantastic.
I want to
on
go
my
ahead and
screen.
blame Boat for
might
this one
might
as
be the
well.
35 icons, the 35 applications that are running at
Hey.
the same time.
Hey, don't be
They're
dissing
kind of busy in the
icons.
background.
For God's sakes, upgrade your Java, Dave. Well, Dave,
So
that's
you-
good. That's
you
good
get the
stuff.
drift.
I think we can all agree that was an excellent presentation of Amiga Live, including Amiga Live being here in the chat. Well done, sir. We often raid your channel because it's always good stuff, and I really do want to get better at using that. And so in the future, now that we got the T-Speaker rate cards up and running, Amiga Live is definitely on the radar. Any final thoughts, Dave?
I love it, and like I said, any shortcomings was my fault, not it, or the network.
I thought it was.
No, it was my fault because I was using the wrong controller.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
David,
sorry.
before we move off of you, any interesting 3D printing stuff that you're doing?
Well, thanks to so I did have a Yahoo cancel out on an order for a Mr. case. If anybody wants a Mr. case, let me know. Especially if you do any kind of podcast. It's even got buttons.
Oh, fancy. Very nice.
Hey, if that'll fit mine, I might take you up on that.
Uh-oh. Flack for the win.
It's all red. Somebody said he liked red. It's all ready to go. It's got buttons. The one, like I said, I went with the cheapo kit that the boat suggested. Fantastic, man. I love it. Do I need them? So these guys, man, on the eBay are screwing me, right? What he did was he printed out a shipping label, right? Nothing went in the mail. So now, as far as eBay is concerned, it's been shipped and they're all good.
I honestly thought you were talking about me, Dave, because I remember when I first got there, I told you that I wanted a case and then I backed out. So I thought you were, you were down on me, right? On the
yes, I
air live.
was. Yes, you were.
Nice
Yes,
job.
That was
good
that
job,
was humor.
Boat.
But I don't care, man. I was just playing with that.
Listen,
But yeah, no. So
I can beat his ass, Dave, if you'd like. I go over
No.
there. No, please tell me to do it. I've been looking for a reason.
I want to see the Boat and Aaron Barbie SmackDown Amiga Live game.
What is
That's
with the
I wanna see.
Barbie? Listen, Curtis, it's not a long drive up to Canada, buddy. There might be a Barbie SmackDown coming up to Hoser Town too.
Is
Go
Top
watch it.
Banana multiplayer by any chance?
Listen, give me a break, you
First
spudhead.
prize is just a vat of taco sauce.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you for excellent work, Dave and Edmund. Well done. Good team up. Marvel team up there. Now listen, we're running long in the tooth here, but before we go, as I like to do, I'm just gonna quickly go around the room here and see what kind of projects or interesting things you have to say before we take it to the house. Dave, do you have any final thoughts before we take it to the house?
I wanted to hit up Frank there. I see what is that, a Prusa behind you? Is that your favorite 3D printers? What do you got going on in the 3D printing world?
So I have 4 Prusas. This is just the development machine in the actual other room where we've got the pick and place and the reflow and everything. That's where we print pretty much all our cases for all our gear. So yeah, I'm a big fan of Joseph's stuff.
You know, Frank's
Do you
all
use
up
it
in
like
it.
Octoprint or Octofarm? You just plug
No, mostly I just use the SD card reader, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, very few revisions to our cases, so each one of the SD cards contains the latest revision, so it's just easy enough to turn them on, and if I need carts for the diagnostic kit or whatever, I just scooch on over to the file and run it.
Okay, and Pix and Graham, great books, man. I can feel me going to be spending money in the future.
Yeah.
Curtis, I need to touch base with you. I got 2 CoCos that don't work. I need a fixer in the U.S. I need a fixer in the U.S.
Well,
Whereabouts in the U.S. are you? Arizona? Whereabouts in Arizona?
Phoenix.
Okay, because I think Paul Barton is a hardware CoCo guy. He lives in Phoenix, so I'll have to double check.
Oh, yeah.
Curtis has a guy, Dave. Don't worry.
Nice.
He knows.
Nice.
He knows.
He's a guy who did the original 8-meg board back in the 90s.
Holy smokes. Curtis knows them all, Dave. You're in good hands. Let's go to our buddy up north, our good buddy Jason Warren. Jason, what are you working on these days? You've always got your hand in the hardware cookie jar.
You know, not tons lately. I'm doing the odd recap here and there, trying to keep myself busy.
What are you recapping?
Oh, I just recently did my 1000 a little while ago.
How hard was that, man?
It wasn't too bad. The hardest part, I guess, was I didn't bother sourcing the caps, the axial caps.
Yeah.
So I just ended up using, a regular radial, or not the radial caps, the axial.
Oh, God.
And then just shrink wrapped across the lead, so I didn't short stuff out, and it worked fine.
I know a guy that sells the cap kits for those. I don't know if you know him. He's down there. There's a guy named Frank down there, so he will take care of it.
Including the proper axial caps.
Look at that, Johnny on the spot. How much you pay? How much do those things cost there, Frank?
We buy them in bulk.
Now, how much are you selling them for? Is what I'm asking.
For the 1000?
Yeah, man.
Good question. No idea. Whatever the site
it was
says
somewhere
we sell
around
for.
$20, I believe, is what it was.
No, I think it's less than that.
I mean, but I'm saying it's a cheap gimmick, is what I'm saying.
I paid $6 for
contact the man down here. Take care of your business here. Were you doing a 1000 for yourself or somebody else up there, Jason?
It's my own.
Oh, so I didn't know you were in the club, my friend.
$11.
Oh, look at that, $11.
1000s are $11.
And best thing, Jason, no customs or anything to worry about either. It's all in Canada.
Oh, yeah,
That's
exactly, right.
Jason's in the Amiga 1000 club. What a great club that is, eh?
And they're all Nishikon. They're all Nishikon caps. Every last one of them.
10% off with the Amigos Rocks.
That's right. Oh, look at you, Dave.
Amigos rock.
Maybe we can put a link to Frank's website.
Hey, Dave, do you have an Amiga 1000?
I got 2.
Ah,
I got 2 whole ones and an extra top and an extra power supply.
He's in the
And
club.
I got a couple.
You're like hogging it.
And he
He's in
has
the
all the
club.
HP leases in the United States.
Oh yeah, you saw those. Yeah. I've been mailing some out. I sent a bunch of. You want some? I'll send you a bunch.
I'm okay. I have 6.
Yeah.
Now, I know another guy in the club. His name's John Bodecarschaller. I hesitate to ask this, but what kind of crazy, almost certainly fatal projects are you working on these days?
Listen, I've pretty much wrapped all my projects up. I've got everything set out. The only thing that I need to work on, and I'm going to wait on this for the next meeting of the Taze Valley Classic Computer Club, which will be short in coming because almost everybody in the club has been vaccinated.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to, the next project is going to be doing the old 1702. Is sort of going up the go.
I got one of those, Bo. You're going to do yours?
Yeah, and so we need to get this thing back up and running because I want to do a stream of Amiga 1000 action. I've already got this thing set up with my capture card, but the monitor has just sort of crapped out on me. So
I like it.
I'm going to need your skill, Aaron, to guide me through the process of getting this thing up and running.
Hey, Frank, do you have a 1701 or 1702 cap kit at your particular gimmick there?
I don't, but if you really need the caps, I can probably pull them all together.
There you go, Bo.
Also, if you want, I don't know if you can see in the corner, I got 4 of them stacked there.
Look at that, man. This guy's commander monitor, Bo.
You know how to discharge those monitors. Be careful playing with those monitors.
Yeah.
Flyback transformers bite.
Listen, I'll tell you what I do, Dave. Is I lick the hand, give it a lick, and just put it right on that suction cap and rip it off.
What though? By doing that, you might actually get hair back on your head.
I don't want to
About how you lost it in the first place.
I don't want to hear anybody
Right back
complain until you've got your hands, and Flack knows what I'm talking about. When you're knee deep into an arcade monitor or something along those lines, they'll light you up for days. Your kids will feel the pain when those things shock you. So 1702's got nothing on one of those. You'll be okay, Boat. You don't have nothing to worry about.
One of the best things when you shock yourself in an arcade monitor and then you scratch your arm ripping it out of the machine and every sharp thing. Yeah.
That's why I'm out of the arcade business, Flack, if I'm not mistaken. Now listen, Mitsuyama, you're a secretive fellow, because looking behind you, it's just a blank wall or whatever. But I know from the last time we had you speaking on here, you've got all sorts of crap. That room's full of crap. Tell us what you've been up to, man.
Yeah, nothing much really. I don't know if you can see, but I've got a PVM there, so I'm just working on little things now to try and get as many things up to that as possible. So I've currently got my Mister running through it.
Very good.
And, also got me Raspberry Pi running through that as well. So I might do something on the next meeting about how I hook all this stuff up through the PVM, because it's just about getting the right leads and connect them in the right way. And I prefer doing the retro gaming on the CRTs, over the LCD screens. I just think it looks a little better, but each to their own, really.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all.
I agree.
That's been my stuff I've been messing around with recently.
Let me ask you, Mitz. While we've been having the International Computer Club, have you been sitting there playing some games or fooling around with that? Come on, admit it. You have, haven't you? It's right there. It's on. It's got a menu loaded up. You've been playing that thing, haven't you?
Well, I've just been. I know that I've got Park Patrol running on that.
There.
Oh yeah,
Bam.
that's right. Getting ready for the next Flack Castle.
I knew what was going
Flack's
on.
looking at that on the next Flack Castle. So yeah, that's Park Patrol running on the C64 core on the Mister.
That's a great game too. What?
I had a couple of goes of that. And,
how long have you been in the Mister Club, Mitz? Were you an early adapter? I don't know for sure when you got in.
Yeah, I got one about just before Christmas.
Oh, so yeah, not too long then, eh?
No.
You're an old vet like I am.
Oh, shut up, Bo. Give me a break. Are you kidding me?
I don't go publishing all the YouTube video. I'm not a pro streamer like Bo. I'm a pro.
Oh yeah.
Well, it takes somebody that really knows what they're talking about to put out.
Exactly.
He's a pro streamer. He's had the thing for like 2 weeks. He's King Dong of the Mister. And while Graham's sitting back allowing it to happen. And he was the
3
first
weeks
guy.
ago, he hated the thing.
I know, dude. That's what I'm saying. Listen, I know how it is. Well, we'll look forward to something next time around, Mitz, my friend. But good stuff. Now, listen, I want to move over to Edvin. You got anything cooking in the cave, Edvin? You want to talk about?
Well, I have this CDTV.
Yeah.
That didn't work. But Eureka, it fucking works, man.
Really?
What did you do? Did you follow along with the RMC?
First cuss word in the whole stream.
I just left it. I left it for a few months.
Yeah.
And now it works. But I think I might have to change some of the caps.
Because, leaving it for a few months and it works is the way I approach my love life. That's the exact same way.
Yeah. So I'll show you a few things, sir.
Yeah, man.
Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, okay.
What the hell? What the hell
That's a
happened?
CDTV.
Yeah.
And I actually have this, damn it, I changed, let's see. So I have this, I don't know if you knew, but of course you guys know. You can have CDs with graphics.
Yeah, the CD plus G. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Do you have one of those?
I'm familiar with it, Edvin. The Information Society, for example, that has one. That's the one I'm familiar with, and also Fleetwood Mac there that you've got.
So we'll see if that works now. And I actually have one of the a CD with 300 games.
Yeah.
For the CDTV.
Sounds legit.
Oh yeah, it's all legit.
Archival backup.
The CDTV did have a kick-ass media player. The audio player was well known for being cool.
Yeah, Yeah, you could actually do like if you looped songs.
Yeah. Now, are you a
songs? You're gonna get hit with a copyright notification.
That's all right, man. Are you a Fleetwood Mac fan, Edwin? If I may ask.
Not as much.
Oh,
but no.
oh, come on, Fleetwood Mac. They're awesome.
Stevie's fantastic.
Listen. Edvin can go his own way. All right.
Oh, would you shut up, Boat? I knew it. Give me a
we
break.
can do this 10.
Don't you start.
Okay, I have to turn out the volume. Let's see.
So you're telling me that how long ago did you determine that this thing was suddenly working, Edvin?
A few days ago.
A few days ago.
So then you get this play here.
Yeah. And there it is. That's it, man. Yeah, that's it. The CT.
What is that monstrosity? Is that Debbie Harrison on there?
Debbie Harry is not in Fleetwood Mac mode.
Debbie Harrison.
What the hell are you talking about? Debbie Harrison?
Debbie Harrison wasn't in Fleetwood Mac either.
Oh, that's Debbie Gibson right
now,
there.
That's a singing.
Look at that.
So is that George Harrison's like a secret mistress,
No,
or what are you talking about?
It's inverted.
Which album is this, Ed? If I may ask, I know it's Fleetwood Mac. What's
the? Let's see. The Behind the Mask.
Okay. I don't recall what the hits were.
One.
No, clearly not.
I'll blow that out of the tube, and I'll get this thingy majig.
And everybody on the stream, turn your monitor around so you can see it.
Hold the mirror up to it. One of the two.
Hold the mirror.
Fleetwood Mac did that for a few of their albums.
Did anyone here, aside from Edwin, obviously, who here got into the whole CD plus G gimmick? My buddy had a player, a CD player that had it. But did anyone here buy into the CD plus G angle back in the day? Some of you guys are old
I had one or two because I had a player that was capable of doing it,
Yeah.
but I didn't go out of my way to find it.
You didn't buy the player specifically for the CD plus G, is what you're saying.
I did originally, but then I saw there wasn't that much. Yeah, there wasn't that much out there that used it. That
But I mean,
of music that I liked. So
they sort of pushed it as a big deal. I mean, sort of. It's
And you actually had one format that was CD plus MIDI.
Yeah.
Flack is a Starbox compilation.
Yeah.
300 games for the CDTV.
Wow.
Yeah.
And they actually offer a PayPal donation.
Let me tell you something. 3D
Weren't
games.
all those games ripped by Rob with all of his gear?
Rob,
That was the number one
damn it.
karaoke. 0-day karaoke wears.
I think I had them on my Sony Laserdisc MDP 650.
You know, when you think 300 game CD for the CDTV, you know it's gold.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'll go with the 1.
Okay. This is fresh virgin territory here to see this stuff on the CDTV.
I see Hippo Player?
I saw X copy. I don't know about Hippo.
I read it in reverse here.
Yeah, you're coming in backwards, but that's okay.
We're coming in backwards?
Yeah, you're coming in backwards. I see I see IK Plus. I see is that Jaws?
There you
Oh,
go.
there it is.
Oh, there
Wrath
you
of the
go.
Demon. Oh my
That's it.
god. It's a cavalcade of top shelf titles.
It's in
folks.
English. Yay.
Base Quest 3 was the first game I ever beat on the Amiga 500.
Holy smokes. That's no easy task either.
So this is one of 7 menus.
Oh my.
So I just have one
CoCo
question.
Live.
I have one question. Where's Flack's splash screen saying I cracked this?
Yeah.
Give me a
We'll
minute.
go with 34.
Try Battle Chess for Aaron. He likes Battle Chess.
How the hell did the CDTV fail with this sort of legitimate release available?
Well, this came out this year, so.
Oh, that does make more sense. than it doesn't.
35 years too late.
Yeah, that's right in line with the Pandora there, the Rob's device.
Yeah, if
As
you've
soon
watched,
as I get my time machine done, I'm going back. I'm going to give them all this crap.
if you've watched RMC's newest video where he refurbishes the CDTV, what a disaster the CDTV was. An absolute unmitigated software disaster that could have used
But
discs
now it's
like
the
this.
best one ever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like the CD32. It was crap, and now suddenly it's double gold. You know, everybody loves it. Or the CD, or the Amiga 600. Hey, it's working. Dude. Edvin, what do you think? What do you attribute to the sudden working of this CDTV?
Well, it's probably the capacitors.
Do you plan on
because
doing
it works and then it doesn't work? Ah, no, because it works and then it doesn't work for like well, this controller is crap. So
Are you using that god awful CD TV like remote control gimmick? Horrible.
It is.
Are you planning on a recap in the near future, Edmund?
Yeah, I'd have to do it myself because the one in Norway are Jesus.
Jesus is in Norway, everybody.
I was wondering where he went.
Yeah, the one
He's quite good at soldering.
Norway that does recaps.
Yeah.
It's too busy, so I have to learn to do it myself.
How is your jack when it comes to soldering, Edmund?
Well, it's subpar.
Subpar?
Geez, what the hell do you qualify me as if you're subpar?
Edmund's not getting his hair caught in the iron. That's the only difference.
No, I'm trying not to. I cut it short.
Yeah, me too. That was my excuse. I love it. Good stuff. Hey, listen, it's neat to see. I'm happy that you have a CDTV. I'd love to have one because they're cool looking. The problem is they're crap. That's the only problem.
No, it's not.
I mean,
it's the fucking best machine ever.
Oh,
man.
come on, the best machine ever?
Yeah.
That is high praise.
If you have the keyboard, and you have the wireless mouse.
We're in America.
Do you have
We
the
didn't get
floppy
that
drive,
stuff.
Edmund?
Yeah, I had it, but I sold it. But
You
I have
sold the
lots of
floppy drive? What'd you do that for?
The black one, yeah. Why do I need a black one? I can have a white one.
Runs faster.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Good stuff, man. I'm glad to see you got that sucker working, man. You know, now that Edmund's moved up in my stack, I've got to figure out who I haven't talked to. And I think I haven't talked to L. Curtis Boyle. L. Curtis Boyle, what do you got cooking? Any final thoughts tonight?
Well, let's see if I can share a screen now.
Yeah, go ahead, man. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, man.
I'm not even touching nothing. Go for it, dude. Bam!
Bam.
The screen's completely black. You've done it again, Edmund. Well, hold on.
Actually,
so the
yep, it's
update
black.
didn't fix it. That's what I was trying to check.
Hold on a second.
It's
Watch
broken.
this. Watch this. Bam. I fixed
Bam.
it. Go.
Nope. Still. There you go.
Yeah,
All right.
I got
It's
it.
windowed.
I got a backup plan. Keep it going, Curtis.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Yeah, you're on there.
Okay, so here's that Gates of Delirium game I was talking about.
Yeah.
So I'll just do the fast version. So here's a cast of characters that I was trying to explain via audio. And you see any of the ones that are labeled with an asterisk are the ones that never got used in the game, like the sword down in the bottom left there, and the spaceship or plane up in the upper right that never got used, the dog beside that. So once again, a little bit of the
dog
history.
was not used more or at all.
I also don't think that's a dog. That looks like something else. And then just a quick view of the maps. I could kind of explain most of this here. So I'll take the full one. So this, you have to scroll around to see the map. So this is the outside world I was talking
Incredibly
about.
large.
Let's go back there. Yeah, that's quite large. And this is just the one world. So then you can click on the animated castles and towns and stuff if you want to see what those maps look like.
Now, these are all the CoCo graphics, right? So
Yep.
this is
this is literally the CoCo graphics right pulled from the game.
Yeah.
Curtis, were you an old D&D player from the back in the day?
Yes.
We know our own kind, my friend.
I first played AD&D in 1977 or 8, I think.
You got it on the ground floor, dude.
Yeah, I was in grade 4 or 5, like, and I had no idea. We went there's a gathering between a couple of schools.
Yeah,
and some of the older kids were playing it. And
yeah,
they invited a couple of us to play along. So that was my first.
Were you playing? Were you in pre-dice? Did you get in with the chit?
The dice had just come out from what they were explaining to me.
Listen, I love that.
Oh,
I love the fact that you even predate me in the D&D world. That makes me happy. Because anytime somebody writes a game like this, you know they're old school.
Yeah. And then you can do the individual maps. You can do the interactive map where you actually click on the stuff as you would have found it in the game, because of course you see a small window into that world, or you can actually take a look at each one as an individual map.
I know Bo's been waiting to play Ultima on a CoCo all his life.
Yeah.
It's well, I mean, for not my whole life, but at least the past 20 or 25 years.
So anyway, that's Gates of Delirium. Like I said, I didn't want to rehash the whole thing I tried to explain before, but
yeah, this is the clone of which Ultima game?
It's not a clone. It's an Ultima style game, but it's its own story.
Okay. Were there, I mean, as far as if you're interested in the Ultima genre, this is the only one, right?
Nope, there's three.
There's three. Okay.
Yep. There's that one up there called Gates Delirium was the first one, came out in '87 from Dicom, also up in Canada, Milton. Second one was Paladin's Legacy by Sundog Systems, which came out, I think, the year or two afterwards, 88, 89, somewhere around there. And then there's a CoCo 3 only one called The Seventh Link, which is 3 discs long. And that one features CoCo 3 graphics, a bit of digitized sound. The dungeons are actually in proper perspective 3D, where you actually have looking around corners and stuff. So
I wouldn't mind seeing that. I'm gonna have to check that out. Maybe you could expand upon that in a future ICC.
Yeah, I can see if I can dig it out. I do have the original Seventh Link here, and I know there's a couple versions of it came out too. So
yeah.
And this here is a demonstration of Ed Snyder's GIME-X here. So he's got his custom CoCo keyboard like you saw before. And then, of course, the 5 displays all running simultaneously. And he goes into text explanations about that. And this is his page on the actual card. Now, these are the earlier prototypes. It's changed a little bit since then. But I wanted to show mainly here.
That looks like a reverse Agnes socket.
That's some of the graphics capability the new thing's got.
That actually is a socket cover chip gimmicks there.
It's a plug. It's
that's right.
Yeah, and it plugs into the GIME socket, which is a 64 pin.
What FPGA do you know? Is he using like the Altair or a Xilinx or?
Whoa, let me just pull the cover off mine and take a look here.
Most people are just using Xilinx. They're cheaper.
Yeah, I thought that's not
expensive.
what I saw there.
And of course, I don't have good enough lighting here to tell you. Let me get back to you on that later.
Scroll up, because I thought that top picture.
Curtis lives in a cave.
Earlier revisions had it on there.
That's the original GIME chip there.
Right there.
That's
Altera.
Yeah, it says Altera.
Yeah, it's an Altera. Yeah, it's not a Xilinx. Yeah.
I wonder what version it is. Is that the Vampire version, V3?
Anyway, yeah, some of the extra graphics modes go up to 640 by 480 by 256, I believe. So that's some of the samples he's got here.
It's gonna be the CoCo is getting ready to break out. I think it's sort of already
getting ready. What are you talking about?
Well,
man?
I know. I did append that, but the CoCo, man, that's a community that's busting out. They've added a ton of people that are interested. And with this new hardware, I see Amiga Junior coming on the horizon. Except for Let's Infighting.
We're working on that apparently.
Well, don't do that for God's sake. We don't want that.
But yeah, I mean, we were always a bit of a cousin to the Amiga and the Atari ST because we're all Motorola family stuff, and we all weren't fan of the Intel stuff. So, yeah, there's always been a bit of a kinship, and a lot of people from the CoCo 3 went to the Amiga instead of the PC for as long as they could, and some others went to OS9 machines. But
the smart people did that. That's the way you do it. I love it, man. Very good.
Well, I mean, the video toaster, that was the guy, like I mentioned before in the last show there, that was created by the guy that did the CoCo Mac Paint program for the CoCo.
Yeah.
So
very good.
Anyway, there's your quickie version, not the full presentation, but
very good. Very good.
And as far as what I'm working on, Nitrous 9 6.1 release will be out by the end of April. It's going to be a minor bug fix and a few extra updated programs and stuff released.
Now, I think for most of us on this call that aren't on CoCo Talk or listen to CoCo Talk every week, they're not familiar with Nitrous 9. You want to just give us a 30-second explanation of what that is, Curtis?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is Nitrous 9?
It's an operating system.
Is it better than Nitrous 8?
Oh, yeah.
Listen, it kills Nitrous 8. You're going to delete that bad boy right off the bat.
The funny thing was, it was originally called OS9, the original version done by Microware, and there was a big legal battle between OS9 on the Mac and OS9 from Microware, and Microware's came out in 1980, but the courts ruled it. Of course, it was done in the court in Texas because it's really friendly for doing those kinds of lawsuits. It basically said that no, they're a little bit too different because one's a consumer OS and one's more meant for embedded systems. So,
did Nitrous 9 get its name from Doctor Who? Because it should have. Any Doctor Who fan knows that that's what Ace used with Sylvester McCoy as the explosive she always carried around.
No, actually, it had nothing to do with the whole nitrous
Damn
thing.
it!
Was because
I was hoping, man. I guess that
was nitrous. Geeky. Yeah, nitrous in the car, like the accelerator. That's
nitrous oxide. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I tried.
So this is the web page, free download for everybody. This is a completely free operating system. It's also open source. Actually, some of the source code's right on the image itself if you want to take a look at it.
Could you run it on an Amiga?
If you have a CoCo emulator in the Amiga, you could.
Oh.
But can you run it through AmigaLive?
Well, I mean, since it is multi-user, we have had multiple people log into the same CoCo as it is. That's been going on since the 80s, but the graphic stuff doesn't really work all that well. It's more text-based when you do that. But I mean, this is basically screenshots.
Nitros 9 is it is. I mean, if you've got a CoCo, it is like it's unbelievable. I mean, really, it really is. It's unbelievable what you could do with a CoCo. I mean, I had a CoCo my whole young life, and when Curtis sent this over, I just couldn't believe what you could do with it. It's amazing that you could run a GUI OS on a color computer, and it's not crap. I mean, this thing is really tight. You can run games out of it. I mean, they've worked real hard on it. It's quite remarkable. And as the CoCo evolves and as the hardware comes up, it will become more usable. It's quite amazing. It really is.
Yeah, it's basically a preemptive, multitasking, multi-user, bit of a shared memory model. And the fact that if you run the same program in several different windows or several different screens, it actually only loads the program code once, and they just get their own data errors. So it saves a lot of RAM from the way the original Amigos, which had to basically duplicate it every time.
Curtis, who's working?
And I showed this one here just for Flack because there's Rogue running in the upper right corner there.
Who's working on this with you? I mean, I know you're one of the king dongs here.
Well, it was originally created by Bill Noble, myself, Wes Gale, and Alan DeCock, all 4 Canadians, just by coincidence, even though the original loss is from the States. And we did it from 1992 till 2001, and then we gave it to the public and became a public open source project.
Yeah.
That was done by Boise Pete and who else was in it? Torsten from Europe was in there. Robert Galt from the States. There's a whole bunch of people involved
Some
with
big
that one.
names,
And then,
yeah.
Yeah, and then Bill and I got back into it starting around 2017. So we've kind of, because basically when you work on an OS straight for 10 years, you kind of burn out, want to do something else. So we're coming back into it now as the fresh people on the block.
Very good.
And that's what we're doing here. So yeah,
that's really cool.
The CoCo's popping off, and if I know you're like, oh, the CoCo. Listen, the CoCo has been pushing the corner for too long. It's an awesome machine for games. At least that's what I like to play it for.
Can't
But
put the CoCo in the corner.
That's right, Dave. And
Nobody puts CoCo.
It's made me happy to see the CoCo getting a lot more positive press. People are buying them up, and they are the value's going way up.
You can't find a Dragon 32 in the UK.
Well, you can't find Boat. Give me a break,
Dragon
Boat.
32.
Get him out.
It's even harder to find a Dragon
That's
64.
the Welsh one, isn't it?
I would love to have a Dragon, but they are tough to find if you want to, unless you want to pay the big money, which I don't.
Even the Tano Dragon, which was the US model, was.
Oh, you're never going to find one
hard.
of those. And the thing is, they were giving those away back in the day.
Yeah, well, California, a place in California bought out all the stock when Tano went under, and that was back in late '83, I think it was.
Even I knew.
And they
about
just sat
that,
on shelves. They had hundreds of them. They couldn't sell them for nothing.
Yeah,
and then they started selling them. People were starting to buy them. $50 here, 75 here, and they sold out. And now they're hundreds of dollars.
The CD32 was the exact same way. Like, they were everywhere, and no one gave a crap about them. And then one day, people suddenly gave a crap, and then they're gone.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good
and,
stuff.
And if you guys saw the demo I did of Nitros 9 last time for a GIME-X demo of the speed up, you saw the rescue on Fractals, how much it sped up from that first time I showed it at the original stock up till the, So that's what the GIME-X will kick in, and the 639 both.
And me and Boat covered that on the last episode of CoCo Show, and the difference in the two is dramatic. That's an understatement.
Yeah. I mean, I thought my 609 increase, because it was about 40% faster when I optimized it, was a pretty good chunk. But once the GIME-X got thrown, it was a whole different game.
Yes, very good, very good. Graham, what are you working on these days, my friend? You got anything you want to end the show with here?
I'm just basically working on the. Oh, I've got a lot of echo, haven't I?
No, you're fine, man.
I think it's because I've been playing with the electronic drums while I've been listening to everyone talk.
Yeah.
So that's really the thing that I'm working on at the moment is getting that up and going, so I can start doing some real work with that.
Give us a bang.
I think for the next meeting, Graham should just do rim shots for the whole meeting.
How about 42 seconds of the electronic drums you've been playing, right?
Yeah.
He's always been making better use of his time in the show than the rest of us.
I was going to say.
Oh, no.
That's what I should have been doing. That's a good idea, man. Listen, I love it. We're looking forward to hearing you play some stuff live on show, Graham.
Well, anytime.
Very good, very good. Hopefully, we'll see you with the Patreon music group headed by Boat, who will spoil any good music you make with his horrible, horrible voice.
Listen, I'm not the one that sings in the Patreon band. So
well, listen,
that's right, folks.
Get the picture, Boat. If you know what I'm saying, get the message. Good stuff, Graham. Flack, what do you got going on? Any projects you want to talk about before we take this thing to the house?
Nothing too much out of the ordinary. Just doing Sprite Castle and You Don't Know Flack, and starting some work on some audio book projects.
Oh, fine.
And,
is this what we talked about in the email? Is that what's going on here?
I can neither confirm nor
Listen,
deny, but
that means yes.
What about your other show? Did you just recently release an episode of that?
Your
third show. Come
Multiple Sadness. I do
Push
Multiple
it.
Sadness every now
Push
and
it.
then.
Yeah.
There's no. Yeah. I mean, it's just it's more of a guilty pleasure.
Who's that with you, Graham? Is that your boy?
He hasn't got his headphones on.
Yeah, he doesn't have his headphones on.
Look, I love it.
I only see headphones.
He looks just like he looks just like him. I love it. Same haircut too, eh? Very good. Was that your boy, Graham? Listen, he's brushing me.
Yeah,
off.
he was asking him to plug the Gamecube in. Is what he was
I loved it, man.
No, he was talking to me about Robux money.
Oh God, he looks just like a spitting image. It's unbelievable. You can,
Nah.
Oh yeah, he does. He does, man. He does.
Nah.
Listen,
He's not hairy enough.
Give him time. Trust me, I got an 11-year-old. The hair's sprouting out everywhere. It's no good.
Yeah.
Listen, Flack, I want to give you a double kudos because you've just hit episode 200 of You Don't Know Flack. The first part of it was great. I'm anxiously awaiting part 2. I believe you're going to release 3. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a 3-part episode. There's a couple interviews and then kind of a recap of the show. So
very good.
Yeah.
Excellent. It's great to have you on the network, Flack. I felt like we hit the pay window when you came on board.
I definitely felt like I landed in a room full of kindred spirits.
I will say, me and Boat, because Boat and Flack go way back because they were, what was that crazy forum you were on, Boat, back in the day with Flack?
Digital Press Forum.
That's right. And I've been listening to Flack forever. So when he crawled on board, it was just, I felt like, I was like, man, I'm right here with the guy that I really looked up to in the podcasting world. It's great to have you on board, man. And congratulations to your 200th episode. I appreciate you coming online. Now, listen, but we can't go anywhere without talking to Chris. Chris, do you have any wacky antics afoot here? What have you been up to?
I have something wild that I've been working on that I might actually enlist Frank's help in.
Oh, man, you know,
I actually haven't talked about this much because I only made 3. This in my hand is a prototype board done on PCB way of something that was released long ago for the 68040. It was called a clock doubler. And here's a prototype that you can take a 3640 off of an Amiga 3000, 4000, take your 68040, stick it in this slot, plug this into your 3640, and if your 25 megahertz 68040 is now a 50 megahertz 68040 with nothing else done.
Ooh.
This is $18 in parts. The hardest part I'm having is the 040 sockets, and I even have an 060 socket, but I didn't print the boards in 4 because the 040 has 3 layers and the 060 has a 4 ring connector. So I have an 060. So if possible, you have a 3660, you can put a 3660 in here, plug this into your 3660. And if it was 75, now it's 150. Don't know if that's going to work, but the 040, the 25 to 50 works, the 33 to 66 works, and the 50 to 100 works with nothing else done except the PLCCs that are on here and 2 745s, a couple resistors, and some other miscellaneous parts. It's actually based off of a 1990s Macintosh clock doubler. If you look at that, it's been redone a couple times. There's a PCBWay public shared download from Cosmos They made the original board. I did some mods to it. It's on PCBWare shared projects now. You can download the board, have it printed. I got 5 of them for like, what is it, $9? And
The
I
price is right. That's for sure.
Price is right. I'm waiting on some parts like everyone else in the world from Mauser because they're missing a couple of things that I need.
It's a disaster.
And I have one set left. I have one working. It's actually in the 3,000 right now. It's been working pretty good. So that is on the horizon. But with that, PiMiga 2.0, my regular job, it's a busy time, but it's been a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to the future and everything everybody's got to share. So I might reach out to Frank, give him the prototype modules. So
If you need it, just reach out. Absolutely.
Problem is parts. I mean, I got the boards, I have the schematics, I have the layout, I have the pin out. There's a couple jumpers that need to be made. It's based off the Macintosh stuff from the 90s, but it's working. I have like 3 prototypes built and done, running. A couple people have them, and I have a couple more here. But sockets, like trying to find an 040 socket is like a real pain in the butt.
Yeah,
and
parts is everyone's problem right now.
The hardest one in the world is
you know
this
what?
one.
I think I've got like 2 or 3.
Yeah, but see, I need
let's
this
chat
double
afterwards.
mail. Double mail is
Yep.
the pain in the butt. You can find this one. That's great. I had to have them made, which
There you
was
go.
quite expensive, but it works. So that's something I'm working on.
Very
I don't know when
interesting.
that's coming out. That's like back burner hardware. Drank too many beers. Shouldn't talk about it, but I did. But that's okay. But that's okay.
Well, the
I
best
want to get it
revisions
out
happen.
there.
We're in the good club here.
Yeah, I
You're a
want to
man
get it
after
out
Bolt's
there. I
heart.
mean, I mean, a lot of stuff has happened in the Amiga community in the past year, and if we can keep it going, the momentum is great. The new user base is great. A lot of people have come on board that, I mean, think about it. We're paying inflated Amiga prices on eBay. I mean, if you can find good deals, I got a good one today. It drove 8 hours. That's great. But a lot of us around the world are paying super high prices for vintage Amiga hardware, and the new stuff coming out, like the stuff that Frank and them are working on with the Pi boards for the Zorro slots, is incredible. I mean, when's the last time you saw a Picasso 4 for $100?
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah.
So if you can get, I mean, if we can get some RTG cores on that, that's going to make the world of difference for every hardware user. And even our new users that are emulating, whether you're on a Mister or a Pi or whatever you're doing, if you're running Amiga OS, I mean, that's fine by me. That's fine by all of us. I mean, welcome to the club. We need a new generation. We need fresh blood because the prices aren't going to come down until all of us start dying off. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But, you know.
You're right. But I mean, listen, getting the vintage stuff is great, but I mean, we're through the looking glass here, man. The new stuff gets you all the jack. You don't have to pay as much, and you know it's going to be golden because it's brand new. That's where it's at. I mean, don't get me wrong. If people are going to collect the old stuff, God bless them. But I can't play that game. It's too expensive. It's too rare. You know, anyone coming out with the stuff, that's what I like about Frank's outfit. He's coming out with stuff that's sub $100. It's good stuff. I'm there, man. I don't have $1,000 to pitch on this stuff. I've got hundreds of dollars. And if the stuff is new and it works, that's where the gold is, in my opinion. I think that's the way the future of Amiga is going to be, because the old stuff's not going to be around much longer. You know. Hey, Chris, you've got a YouTube channel, right?
Correct.
Do you want to pitch? Why don't you plug that, man? Because it's good stuff.
YouTube.com. I don't know what the actual URL is, but it's like see it, Chris Edwards. Just so if you do Chris Edwards PiMiga, you'll find it. It's got a picture. It's got a picture of my Make Amiga Great Again hat.
Yes, that's
Sorry to trigger anybody who's a Trump person, but this
yeah,
does say Amiga.
Worn by
There you go.
There we go.
All right, so I have a bunch of them. I made these.
We can all agree on that slogan. I think. I don't think there's a problem there, man. I love it.
Pisses people off when I have them.
Yeah.
It's my logo for like my channel, my YouTube, my Twitch, my Zoom, everything. Like if I turn my camera off, hello. You know, so I mean, I don't know.
You can't make everybody happy. No big deal, man. I love it.
There is no pleasing you. So yeah.
I love it. That's great. Good stuff. Good stuff, man. Thanks for coming around. Let me see here. I want to talk to PixelsatDawn. What do you got? You got anything cooking on the old back burner there, Pix?
So, well, tomorrow I'm going to be fixing my Amiga 600 because last night when I was setting up the stuff for the show, I elbowed.
What did you do, Pix?
I elbowed some Fanta into my
What flavor was it? Orange, man?
It was orange. It was Fanta Zero,
Well,
so
I mean,
no
that's-
sugar. So that's a good.
Yeah,
That's a good thing.
so you're still good.
But I was very quick.
Were you on
I
stream
moved-
when this happened?
No. It wasn't.
Ah, that's too
And
bad.
and it wasn't on either, which is which is a good thing. So yes, I moved like the proverbial panther, and I unplugged it and picked it all up and turned it upside down, and everything has now been cleaned. Bear in mind this was 11 p.m. last night. Everything's now been cleaned and put back together, but I still need to a little bit got right on the very edge of the main board. So just to be safe, I'm just going to put some IPA and stuff on there.
That's how you do it, man.
But I think I should be fine. To be honest, it was a bit touch and go there for a while.
Were you just drinking Fanta?
I was just drinking Fanta, so I have no excuses.
I just klutz-a-roo, eh?
No excuses.
Hey,
But other than that,
I gotta ask you,
than that-
what are you playing on the stream these days? Because I've tuned into your stream when I can. You happen to be starting when I'm at work, but I do tune in, and you're playing the goofiest stuff I've ever saw. What do you got going right now?
I'm bouncing around between. I've been playing a bit of Antstream, and I've been playing a bit of Thimbleweed Park, sort of LucasArts style, modern point and click adventure game, which has been good fun actually.
Very
But
good. Very good.
I've been using it as an opportunity to just go, what games have just been sat in my Steam forever that I've never got around to playing that are still a little bit retro, and playing a few of those.
Thimbleweed's got a good rep too. That's what I've heard
It
about,
does.
man.
It does.
So that's good stuff, man.
Other than that, we're just wrapping up issue 4 of Amiga Addicts.
Yes. How? Let me ask you.
That's looking like that.
Oh, look at that! Very fancy. Now,
Um,
how is Amiga Addict? This thing's like this thing's blowing up like an atomic bomb, isn't it, Pix? I mean, really, it's been a huge success, hasn't it?
It's been massively successful. I mean, I have to give all the credit to Jonah for actually coming up with the idea and pushing it. I mean, I got involved to just write a couple of articles now and again, and then
suddenly,
and then again, what happened?
You're King Dong, just
Yeah,
instantly.
so yeah,
It's your second job.
Well, pretty much. But I've been really enjoying it because I enjoy writing, and I've not really been able to do it for a while. So just being able to, having something to aim it at.
How gratifying is it to bring an Amiga?
I have to give you big props for that too, because we tried to resurrect a Rainbow magazine, like the CoCo main one back in the day here about a year ago, and it just fizzled out. Just couldn't get enough.
Wait a year, Curtis. I think there's going to be. First of all, I loved Rainbow. I loved it.
I've got a ton of them back here.
But I think that that was a little premature. But I mean, Amiga Addict, it came at the right time. How gratifying is it, Pix, for you to be the King Dong? Let's literally lead the ship.
Let's not beat around the bush.
King Dong.
We tend to give Jonah all the credit, but that's not true.
No, no. Listen, Jonah's an idea guy.
He lays them out. He's sort of the leader, but we know who the real leader is.
Well, I mean, for him,
I think you're looking for
him too. And I've given him. I've talked to him in private. I salute him. It's great stuff. But I mean, it is for the whole Amiga Addict staff. You made this thing out of nothing in a time where magazines aren't selling for a machine that died years ago, and you're doing great. I mean, what's it feel like to be on that rocket ship, Pix?
I honestly expected to have grumpy people in the Amiga community come and beat us down, and that hasn't happened so far. So that's been probably the most gratifying part. It's just people coming along and going, "This is great." I mean, like this issue, it's probably the first one where the lead feature isn't like, here's this big guy from back in the community, or here's Lemmings, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's something just interesting. I was a bit worried when we put the cover up that people would go, "Oh, but where's my like a Sensible Software interview or whatever?" But everyone's just going, "This looks great." It's like, okay, fine.
Yeah,
we can put anything on this and you'll buy it.
Listen, the community was hungry for it, dude. You know,
Yeah,
they're a
true.
passionate bunch. I think it's awesome that has done so well. It's very good. You're doing a great job over there, man. And also,
it's such a quality product, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It sure is, Dave.
It's
not only are the articles great, but like it's thick paper, it's glossy, it's fantastic quality.
That's exactly my impression. Because I mean, let's be honest. the text is not important. What's important is the quality of the paper.
I said they were good articles. I
Now
said
listen,
the articles were good.
Dave,
Listen,
don't
what I
listen to
do is
Boat.
when I got my first issue, it finally arrived
on,
last
Boat.
week. It was postmarked December 16th, 2020. It arrived last week. The first thing I did was open it up right to the
Smell
middle,
it.
right where the staples were, stuck my nose in
He
it.
just rubs his.
Yes, I did the same thing.
He
too.
rubs
It
his
smelled
face
good.
on it.
does.
I did it too.
What is
That's
wrong
what
with you
everyone does.
people? Read the
Yeah,
articles.
you know what I'm talking about, Chris.
We're old. That's what you did. When
You
did
rub
it in
the-
school, you smell the paper, you smell the ink
Mhm.
first. That's what you do.
No,
That's
no,
I
right.
think they're just checking to see if they have COVID, because if you don't smell that,
I've been
then obviously you
vaccinated.
have it,
It's
right?
good.
Oh
We
my
all know
God.
the most important thing in the magazine are the ads.
Oh,
Not that we've got an ad coming in that
oh,
or anything,
Frank.
but
Shameless
that's the
plug.
most
Shameless
important
plug. I love
It is true
man.
though. It was weird when the first issue came out because there were people going, "Oh, it's great to see ads for Amiga stuff in a magazine again," because people do have nostalgia for the old mags and having all of
Sure,
the.
absolutely.
You're right. It's awesome. I stand corrected. Oh man, that is good paper. Holy cow!
It
Man,
is
after
good.
stream, I'm gonna get intimate with that thing. It is good stuff. Listen, plus it's got Amiga. Look, I've got my issue here. Who's on the front? It's Amiga Bill, one of our panelists tonight. So you know it's gold. I believe, Boat, you've got an article in here and something or another. Rainbow Islands or one of your
Make
games.
sure you put
still.
your nose right up to my face. That's what I want.
Listen, not on a bet, pal. Well, good job, Pix. You know, Frank, since you're going to be putting that up here, do you want to? Any final thoughts? You want to discuss anything in here before we take this thing to the house?
I mean, I could talk about a personal project I've been
Please.
working on.
Yeah.
So I've always wanted one of these, and my European friends will know exactly what this is. This is the C128D that was only released in Germany.
Yeah, 'cause
And
I
I
don't know
just
what it is.
converted this. Sorry?
I don't know what that is. What the hell is that?
It's a C128, but the D model, which is portable,
Oh,
was only released in Germany, nowhere
How
else.
bizarre! So that's this is a
I'm
Commodore 128. Now I've seen the ones
It's
that
a
look like a
128.
1000, but this is some kind of whole different beast. I've never seen this before.
Yeah, it's got the keyboard kind of. Let's see if I can.
Wait a minute,
do
the
this
keyboard's
without
in there?
killing myself. Yeah, the keyboard snaps to the bottom.
Look
there.
at this!
That's
I've never seen that
insane. Holy
before.
cow! Why did we not get
So
that?
these were only made in and sold in Germany, nowhere else. So I've always wanted one, and luckily I was able to get my hands on one, and I just converted it to NTSC.
Why?
Swapped the crystal out, swapped the VIC-2,
Yeah.
and rebuilt the power
You
supply.
swap that crystal out, you
Pale is
change
where
the
it's at,
time,
man.
Boom! I've done it thousands of times.
And that thing works, Frank?
Oh yeah, absolutely works. Yeah.
I have never seen that. I've never heard of that. Has anyone? Flack, you're a big CCO. You ever heard of that?
That's beautiful.
I've
Yeah,
heard of
seen
it. I've
those.
never seen one in person.
With the keyboard? That looks awesome.
Yeah, and the massive handle, and it weighs like you could murder someone with this thing. It weighs a
Lookable
ton.
form factor.
Save that for the next show.
I don't know that brittle plastic. I don't know if I'd be using that handle, but
Oh, man,
Oh, it
that's
ain't brittle.
beautiful. That's beautiful.
That
In
is awesome.
1984,
Apart, There is a
1985.
massive metal rod that runs in here to keep this handle in place.
Delamorte
Like,
says they had
you
this
ain't
in
dropping it.
Australia. Did Graham, have you seen this before? Down your way? Have you ever seen one of
Like-
these, Graham?
Before, yeah.
You
I
have?
could've sworn- Yeah.
Man,
I've never seen one.
I'm pretty sure that we definitely had them in Australia.
that is
I
that
don't know
is
about
something.
this D model. This is the all plastic one.
Yeah.
They were only made in Germany. These ones.
Oh man.
It's all plastic. There's no metal case. I know
Yeah.
most of the rest of the world got metal cases.
Yeah.
This one is all plastic, and it's got the keyboard kind of slot on the bottom. So it's a portable unit essentially.
It's all plastic,
but-
so you go right through customs.
Yeah.
well, except for the massive metal shield on the inside.
Now, Frank, let me ask you, and you don't have to reveal anything you don't want to, but what would something like that go for these days, having never seen one myself?
It was pricey. I think I paid the unit itself was about $600.
That's exactly what I figured. Yeah, that's about what I figured.
They're not because they're very limited run, right? I mean,
yeah, I can imagine.
Only, yeah.
How late
And,
in the game were those made? Were those made after
They were made pretty early in the game. Actually.
Really?
They were, yeah, and then they switched to the metal case and not having or the cost reduced version, the DCR version.
Yeah.
But I've always wanted one. Always had my eye on it. I thought it was really neat. and the power supply is unlike any other 128 power supply. So that was a
Is
bit
it
of
internal?
work to get. It's internal, yeah,
It
100%
is.
internal.
I see.
Yeah.
Was yours
Yeah.
working when you got
But
it?
it does. It is like I bought a transformer to test it.
Yeah.
It all worked. There was I mean, I've recapped it,
Uh-huh,
but I
I
had to
figured
change
that,
the
yeah.
crystal. Yeah, change the crystal, the VIC2 to an NTSC one, and then obviously the power supply is it does 12 volt, 5 volt, and 9 volt AC.
Wow.
So I just kind of rebuilt the power supply to 120 standards. So
That is double neat. I'm astounded
That's
at that.
my new little toy.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Well done. Nice acquisition there, man. I'd say
How much was shipping? How much was shipping?
$2 free
Yeah, a
shipping.
lot. It was, I think it was like $85 or something like that.
Oh,
That's actually not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Listen, I would have drove to pick something like that up, even if you had to drive to Germany. Hey, I had Germans come to West Virginia to pick something up. I could return the favor, man, as far as I'm concerned. Listen, before we call
One
this
hell
a
of a
night,
bridge to cross.
yeah, no kidding. Let's say, Thomas, if you're still audible and still awake over there, I would like to get your impressions if you're somewhere near the computer. If not, I'll just leave me hanging. Oh, thank God you're there, Thomas. What do you think about all this craziness, my friend?
Well, I think it's really interesting. It's a lot of fun. I'm glad to have been on tonight and heard everyone's projects. I think you all are doing some really neat stuff. You know, I'm gonna fire up my Pi, try to get Wizzy's Quest working on it, and I look forward to seeing a lot of you guys on YouTube on the videos.
Very good, very good. Hey, we're so glad you came in. Well, listen, everybody. I like to sum this stuff up in a slim, trim, tight 4.5 hours. That's my goal. When you put these things together, I thought 4 hours and 8 minutes. Bam, and we should get it, and it worked out perfectly. We got it all in. So I want to thank everyone for turning out. It was great,
Aaron,
great stuff,
yep.
man. And
Aaron, I wanted to thank you at least for putting this all together. Like, again, like it's a monumental effort, and it really came off really
listen,
well.
I'm ham and egging it here, Jason. You know that, my friend. Everything I do, it's 1/3 impulse ass, man. That's the way we do things. But I want to thank everyone. Thank everybody in chat. We had a monster crowd in here tonight, and we still do. Great, a ton of people watching the show. Please, if as you watch these fine folks talk about their various interests and what they've been up to, please check them out. The banners that have been scrolling underneath the chat will, if you just read the information on there, it'll take you to a lot of these places. Check all these guys out because they're all getting it done, old school, and it's definitely worth your time. I also want a quick plug to my good buddy Anthony Jarvis over at the Amiga show. Check him out. He's had some illness. He couldn't make it tonight, but I wanted to give him props. I recently did some C-grade voiceover work for him, and it was gold, solid gold. He always does good stuff over there, so check him out. I want to thank everybody that popped in.
Always solid gold.
That's right, yeah. And, of course, aside from the people that are still here, we've also got Doug. Check out Doug, who had to skip out early. Check out Amiga Bill. Always good stuff. I mean, Amiga Bill, enough said. He's king dong of this whole joint, man. So check him out. I want to thank everyone that showed up. Thank you very much, fellas. We'll take this sucker to the house. And until next time, let's call it a night. 1, 2, 3. Adios.
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 Yes.